Please side bro. Side mama, please. Sir, side.
Morning, everyone. A round of applause for a true thought leader in the house, Dr. Sitaram. Everyone. Thank you, sir, for being here. It's an honor to have you here. May I request Shambhavi to come over? Yeah.
Sir, in this.
Mr. Mabey, Chancellor, if you don't mind passing, 1 second, sir. If you don't mind passing, may I request you now to press the red button and inaugurate the video wall.
It's that it was a little people lazy. So whenever I buy newspaper, I just copy all the ingredients from the website and I put it in the chat GPT rather than using
Yeah, I use ChatGPT while I teachers can find out the topic from there.
I think what AI does is it makes the smart people look smarter and the dumb people look dumber.
In the evolving landscape of various fields, AI is making significant strides, offering transformative possibilities.
AI is instrumental in natural development. On a very different I'll say it's a natural approach. Just making people more efficient, they can focus on doing better things.
I think AI is very important nowadays.
Also, there are ethical concerns related to AI.
Now as I can see that AI does make the work of a human really easy. I wouldn't say it's killing creativity, I would just say it's a result of creativity.
AI is revolutionizing healthcare by predicting diseases, tailoring treatments, and aiding surgeons with unparalleled precision. It promises faster diagnoses, personalized medicine, and breakthroughs in curing previously incurable conditions. AI is transforming the legal sector by streamlining case management, simplifying research, and enhancing risk assessments. Predicting trial outcomes, uncovering evidence, and ensuring fair, efficient legal processes mark the future of law with AI, promising greater accessibility to justice in the digital age.
takes prompting. Takes prompting to create content, and that's going to be a game changer in media production. So, which means we're going to save a lot of time in content production. Second thing is about AI, artificial intelligence, for the impact is in content distribution. Human beings have always been scared of new technology. So, rather than getting scared about artificial intelligence, I think we should embrace this rather than resisting its technology.
As we stand on the precipice of a new era, AI's potential to reshape every facet of our world is undeniable. AI offers tools not just for improvement, but for transformation. The future beckons with promises of innovation, efficiency, and an enhanced understanding of the complex web of life on our planet. Yet, it is our collective responsibility to steer this technology towards the betterment of all humanity.
Thank you, everyone. May I now request the audience to settle in the auditorium while Dr. Sitaram, Pro-Chancellor, wait a few minutes here. Please settle back into the auditorium. Thank you.
आप जाने का होगी run.
Everyone, please settle back.
Do not hold on, something that will never happen. Go chase the clouds, your dreams are just right there, go get them. Cause in this life, you need to find something to die for. All fears aside, until you find what's worth to fight for. Do not hold on, something that will never happen. Go chase the clouds, your dreams are just right there, go get them. Cause in this life, you need to find something to die for. All fears aside, until you find what's worth to fight for. Do not hold on, something that will never happen. Go chase the clouds, your dreams are just right there, go get them. Cause in this life, you need to find something to die for. All fears aside, until you find what's worth to fight for.
Check, check.
I'm a house hand forever, at least until I die. You can't move me without it, so don't you even try. House hand forever, I need a deep house groove. I tap my toes to that other shit, but house really makes me move. Some people need hip hop, and R&B's okay, but a funky lady
Check.
likes sweet house track.
Morning, everyone. Kindly settle down. We'll be starting the session soon. Dr. Sitaram in the house. Can you round of applause for Dr. Sitaraman? Please settle down, everyone. We're going to start soon. Yeah. Technology has a clear, inevitable trajectory. Mass diffusion in rolling waves. This is the truest form that we have seen, from the earliest flint and bone tools to the latest AI models. As science produces new discoveries, people apply these insights to make cheaper food, better goods, and more efficient transport. Over time, demand for the best new products and services grow, driving competition to produce cheaper versions bursting with yet more features. This in turn drives yet more demand for the technologies that create them. And they also now become easier and cheaper to use, these technologies. Costs continue to fall, capabilities rise, and the mantra is experiment, repeat, use. Grow, improve, adapt. This is the inescapable revolutionary nature of technology. And these waves of technology and innovation are at the center of human history. Understand these complex, chaotic and accumulating waves and the challenge of containing them, then using them for good becomes clear. Understand their history, and we can start to sketch their future. Good morning, August gathering. Welcome to the second day of the AI and Society Alliance Confest 2024. Exciting times, eh? Yeah, welcome everybody. It's therefore only apt for us to start today by listening to a thought leader. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Sitaram. Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaram is the chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, since December 2022. He was a director of Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, Assam, from July 2019 to December 2022. He obtained his BE Civil Engineering from the University of Mysore, Masters from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore in 1986, and PhD from the University of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada in 1991. He worked as a lecturer at the University of Waterloo and later moved to the University of Texas at Austin, Texas, USA from 1992 to 1994. In July 1994, he joined Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore as faculty in the Department of Civil Engineering. He has also held positions of director, additional charge at Central Institute of Technology, Kokrajhar, Assam, Chairman Board of Governors of IIT Guwahati, Chairman Board of Governors CIT Kokrajhar, and Chairman Board of Management of Northeast Regional Institute of Science and Technology, which is in Arunachal Pradesh. Presently, he's also a council member of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Dr. Sitaram, it's an honor to have you here. May I now request you to come up and deliver the keynote address.
Ready? Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಆನೇಕಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. I'm really impressed with the first, when I just walked into this institute, I felt, you have created a marvelous place next to a small village called Anekal. So it's very remarkable, happy to see such a technology usage. I was very happy to see your video generated by your students on the video wall and the way it was presented to me. It was really amazing. First of all, let me congratulate you. Warm greetings to all the intellectuals present in this Confest. This is a very unique, conference plus festival. Of what? Artificial intelligence. So, first of all, let me congratulate Alliance University for organizing such a grand conference on this very crucial topic. But what is interesting is, the people who are involved in organizing, I could see just for a glance, could understand they are from social sciences, not just the engineers, that's the beauty of it. Friends, artificial intelligence is not the future technology. It is with you. It's already there. You are carrying it in your pocket. Okay? So, as most changes in life is happening around us, so there will be a positive and negative impact on society. So it is actually to do with any technology for that matter. If you remember 80s, at least the little older generation, not maybe Chabi will not remember because maybe very young. So for our age group, those who are here, would know that in 1980s when computers came in, the banking sector, then the entire country was on flames, strikes everywhere, bombs everywhere, right? I think some of you older generation will remember that. Then in 2000, when Y2K came in, our young people really managed it well. Reasonably, there were no strikes, no burns, but still there were a lot of apprehensions. How are you going to manage the year 2000? Afterwards, what happens to the computers? Nothing really happened. Really, we adopted ourselves. So AI actually did not create such a scare. Only Western countries did it, but not for India. You might see after COVID-19, we have adopted very well with the technology. I think this is the beauty of India, where we learn to adapt with the new technologies. And our young people are the brain behind it, and they are very ready to change. So I'm very positive that this is not going to cause any disturbance to our society. But definitely, any technology would be having positive and negative aspects of it. So we need to look at it, what is that we need to do. So in the field of education, we are very, very conscious about how AI is going to be integrated into our educational system. Friends, will human beings be truly replaced by AI? That's the question we need to ask fundamentally. But one thing I would like to tell you, Just my own experience. When I joined All India Council for Technical Education, I was intrigued by the breadth of activities of AICTE does. I don't know how many of you know about AICTE. All India Council for Technical Education started as an advisory body to the government of India, of British government, 1945. 1987, it acquired a regulatory position when large number of engineering colleges mushroomed in Karnataka and the other neighboring states in southern India. So then government thought that there must be a monitoring agency to look at these and also set the standards for both technical and management education. So this body, AICTE, started in 87, had first 5 chairmen or the cabinet minister of HRD. Okay? And then I actually say in a very light vein, 2 of them went on to become Prime Minister of the nation. Okay? That is Narasimha Rao and VP Singh. Then anyway, 93, we had a first full-time chairman, Professor Khanna from IIT, present IIT Roorkee. Then it was a University of Roorkee Vice Chancellor. He became the first chairman, full-time chairman of All India Council for Technical. The journey from then, it's mind-boggling. So just gave you a background. So one day I was just sitting after taking over as chairman, what this AICTE does. I was trying to study all the files, look at it, what is happening. Then suddenly a thought came to me, oh, ChatGPT is here. So you remember November 3.54 was released, November of 22. So I thought, why should I not ask this question to ChatGPT? So sometime in January, on the evening, I asked ChatGPT to say, what does this All India Council for Technical Education does? So it threw away about 20-25 pages of the information. Nowadays, just like any young kids, don't like to read. So I didn't want to read that. I wanted to say, okay, let me ask a more intelligent question to this ChatGPT. I said, write a poem about AICTE in 4 stanzas, 4 lines each. So believe me, in 10 seconds, a beautiful poem was written, and it is in front of me, and encompassing the entire activity of AICTE much better than what I had understood in 3 months. So again, human beings, we never get satisfied. So we asked, and I asked another question. So write this poem in Hindi. Even in Kannada also I asked. 10 seconds, there was a poem about AICTE, okay, in front of you. It's mind-boggling, isn't it? Why I'm telling you this story to you? Look at this. This machine has become a poet. Even if I asked a poet to write a poem about AICTE, it would have taken 6 months. That skill, poet skill, we always thought that it cannot be acquired. It has to come through your genes, or somebody in your forefather should be a poet to become a poet. But this machine, in 10 seconds, leave the time gap, look at the time. 10 seconds, it has transformed itself into a poet and write a poem about it. So another incident I wanted to tell you about AI, how it is transforming. So I took a delegation of 10 vice chancellors to Taiwan. Taiwan is a country of semiconductors, the leaders of the world. So one student had done a fantastic project which caught my attention. The project was, he has developed a robot to play a guitar. Okay? But that was not it. He used the AI to compose the music. So what is worrisome to me is, so look at this machine has taken over the position of a musician as well. So these are the 2 positions, that is the poet and the musician, we always thought cannot be acquired skill. Okay, you need perseverance to achieve this for a long time. You want to be a musician for a long time. This machine does it in 10 seconds. And I don't need to say much about art, because I saw some of the beautiful pictures on your screen, how it has been done it. And today you can put any photo there, it will give you artistic picture of you, a line sketch in less than a minute or less than 10 seconds maybe. So this is the power of AI, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not even going into its application to medicine, engineering, okay, and social sciences. Anywhere, there is an influence of artificial intelligence. So what is most important is, will these machines become super intelligent, and will humans eventually lose control of them? So this is the question we need to address, ladies and gentlemen, because these are the machines which are developed by whom? By us, for the benefit of mankind. So first thing I would like to tell the young people here, don't be scared of AI. Nothing is not going to change anything. But what we need to do, we need to adapt ourselves to this new technology as quickly as possible. I'm very happy Alliance has put up this to the young people, and I even request Alliance University to bring in our young kids from the schools here nearby, government schools, who doesn't have an exposure like what I had. See, I come from a small village where I did in Kannada medium, okay? My school was Government Model Higher Primary School. Even the school is still today as it is. Nothing has changed, okay? So bring those kids, let them see what you have created, particularly the video as well as the video wall. That is, with that ambience, those kids should see, because these are the kids who have made India the great. Let me tell you, today we can boast of many positive things. So that is, so if you look at it, how we have progressed from a country of considered to be a poverty and nobody wouldn't like to even recognize you. See, in 80s, you don't believe it, when we went from here to study, to Canada, we were not scared of getting into Canada. We were very scared of even getting out of India itself, because our customs, immigration was so pathetic. You feel like, why am I coming to this airport? Okay? So, but today, ladies and gentlemen, we have transformed all that. That is all, not just we, that's the young people who are aspiring to become the world's best, have caused this change. There is an expectation, there is an aspiration. So in this, how this AI is going to help us. AI is going to be the forefront technology, ladies and gentlemen. So we look at the past, technologies have knocked us with some fear, but slowly and gradually we learn to adapt with it. But now we don't have time. We have to adapt at the speed of AI. That is in 10 seconds. So to do that, I think institutions, every one of us, parents, students, institutions, leaders, all stakeholders, even the government, state, everybody needs to understand the importance of AI in our daily life. And we need to adapt to that. Otherwise, we will be irrelevant in the society. It is going to be the technology of the day, not just the future. It is going to change the way we live, the way we communicate, the way we do things in a daily life. Friends, AI is definitely a very disruptive technology. We talked about disruptive technology as a telecommunication just about a couple of years back. But AI is such a disruptive technology, it changes from everything to everything, even to quantum computing, to very mundane, applications in social science. So to make really this as a very potential thing, we need to work together. All of us have to work together, everybody. So this is the beauty about what we brought, the new policy called National Education Policy. National Education Policy emphasizes on multidisciplinary education. So this is where, ladies and gentlemen, we need to look at how we can bring in multidisciplinary education into every field, every domain of education, so that our students are not scared of technology, they also adopt them immediately. Indeed, artificial intelligence shaping the future of humanity across nearly every industry. It is already the main driver of emerging technologies like big data, robotics, IoT, not to mention generative AI. Okay? Not to mention generative AI. The two examples I gave you was about generative AI. Okay? And the like ChatGPT today maybe thousands of ChatGPT type of tools are available already to you. Bard, you might have seen already, it's creating a waves because it did some mistakes. Gemini is renamed. Yes. So many such, see, immediately even Google CEO has to apologize to the entire world. Okay, that's the kind of a thing, ladies and gentlemen, is happening. So, however, artificial intelligence will definitely cause our workplace to evolve. It's going to evolve. It's not going to be the same. And it's going to evolve at such a pace, you blink it, the things are changed. That's the kind of speed at which it is changing. The alarmist headlines emphasize the loss of jobs to machines. So all the companies and all the media people are talking about, oh, you're going to lose jobs. So let me tell you something about it so that you don't need to so much worry about jobs. Jobs will come if you are very smart. Okay, real challenge is for humans to find their passion and new responsibility that require their uniquely human abilities. Please believe me that you are above any of these machines. Your creativity cannot be matched by any machines. However much, whatever experts are saying, don't be scared of that. You are unique. Human beings are unique. So there is nothing to be scared of, nothing to be worried about any new technologies. So let me tell you, the generative AI will take away many jobs, the words they are giving, but it will also create new jobs, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to, because they need you to write all those things. They need all the young people with different backgrounds to be in the forefront. The statistics say that the market size of AI is expected to be $126 billion by 2030. And with respect to the global job opportunities in AI are expected to be 97 million jobs by 2025, just next year. This clearly indicates that irrespective of AI, the job opportunities for humans will definitely exist. All we have to do is create a workforce that is technically sound, equipped, and advanced. That is what our universities and professors' job is. I am very happy that you are taking this very, very seriously and trying to bring that into every discipline. Congratulations to Alliance. So there is a need for continuous learning, ladies and gentlemen. That is one more thing. Just getting a degree today is no more relevant. Okay? See, you might say, I've got an MBA. Who cares? They will ask you, what is that you're going to deliver? What is your skill? Skilling is going to be the key parameter for you. So you need to identify yourself today with not BE, BTech, and MBA. You need to say, I can do this, I can do ChatGPT, I can write codes, I can do this. This is the way you need to define yourself now today. Not, you need to identify the skills. Even that skills will extend to many other things. So there is a need for continuous learning, upskilling, and reskilling to sustain in the rapidly changing world. It is the need of the hour to integrate AI-based curriculum into the Indian educational system to avoid potential misuse of AI. Also, it is important to ensure that AI does not become so proficient at doing the job it was designed to, and it crosses over the ethical and legal boundaries. We need to also educate our young people to draw a line themselves rather than somebody else drawing a line for them. That don't use there, okay? They need to. Even if they have used, for example, to writing a code, you should argue with your professor that this is a very unique one, and what I have not done, I have not copied it, but I have utilized it. So you need to come up with a new model of questioning to me. That's the way things, education should change. So there is no shy of using AI for solving your problems. Extensively use it, and even I ask professors also to be don't scared, allow them to use the AI, ChatGPT, because they can do much better job. They don't need to be mundane code writers. Codes can be written by the AI today. Friends, it's important to ensure AI does not become so obsessed word for us. Okay, we should take it as a life goes on. Should be very, very happy to do that. But see, we at AICTE are undertaking various reformative steps to equip our youth with digital skills. So we have signed up to train 1 crore digital workforce in the emerging technologies. So these are the companies of the, top-notch companies of the world, Google, Microsoft. They have come to us saying that we would like to train 1 crore digital, 1 crore students with digital skills by 2030. I asked them, how much money you are putting in? These numbers are mind-boggling, okay? They are putting through their CSR. So then I asked them, why are you putting this money in our students? See, it's a very question because most of them are business people, okay? Then they said, sir, these are my potential employers of the future. Believe me, the young generation of India are well softer across the world. You're going to be the engineers of the world. So just to give you a number, today, we have education systems. All of you know about IIT. There are many dream for many of you to join Indian Institute of Technologies in the country, okay? Some of the parents actually start thinking about even before you were born, that I want to put my children into IIT. That's the craze we have about IITs. But how many of these IITs are there and what were their background? Let me give you a small background, because I was a director of an IIT, but I never went to an IIT. Okay, I couldn't even pass that exam. Okay, let me honestly tell you. Because the toughest examination in the world is joint entrance exam, JEE. I think many of you, the parents know that, because you are running into the base and running into other schools for training your kids and making them, completely stressed. I think first you should leave that, because they have beautiful institutions, universities in our country. Liberal arts is a fantastic program. I started at IIT Guwahati also. If you did not know, I started a liberal arts program at the University of Technology. I started a medical school in IIT. So that means IITs are not meant for only technology. Today, technology is actually embraced every other field. See, if you go to a surgeon's room, I don't think he can operate without the help of a technologist or an engineer. That's the kind of a developments we have happened. So at AICTE, we have taken this very seriously, and we have also asked our institution to dedicate at least 10% of each course in AI. So AI has been integrated into our curriculum. And if you did not know, we were the first one to start, better than much before even IIT started the AI and data science course. AICTE in 2017 itself brought out the programs on artificial intelligence, robotics, okay, and cyber security, blockchain. All those courses, AICTE started much earlier than any of the IITs. And these IITs, don't be glamorized so much about it, okay? They were basically elite engineering colleges until 2000. They were basically elite engineering colleges. They didn't have any concept of research. They didn't have any concept of innovation. See, in 2003, there is a paper in Current Science. You can go and look at it. That time, 2003, there were 8 IITs. Okay, today there are 23 of them. These 8 IITs were 5 old IIT. Then the 7th IIT was Roorkee. University of Roorkee became an IIT in 2000, and 2001 BHU, Technical Engineering College, became IIT BHU. So these all 8 IITs put together, they counted the number of publications and the patents filed by these professors and students of these IITs, because they are our cream universities in the country. They were much, much less than my alma mater or my employer, Indian Institute of Science. One Indian Institute of Science was having more than 2 times more than the publications of all the 8 IITs put together. That was the story of 2001. Before you clap, you hear me the next story. 2023, in 20 years, these IITs have become a multidisciplinary research university. IIT Madras is actually crossed Indian Institute of Science alone in its publication. So what I'm trying to tell you is, in 20 years, these elite engineering colleges have transformed themselves into a leading, internationally known multidisciplinary research and innovation universities. And I also call them as institutes of Indian technologies. not just IIT, Indian Institute of Technologies, it is Institutes of Indian Technologies. A lot of technologies have come in. They have given the corporate bigs like the Google CEO and many others to the world. So these IITs in 20 years can transform themselves into a top-notch world university. There are plenty can be done with our universities, private universities, because I'm traveling a lot now. Some of them are mind-boggling. The way they are thinking, there is no limit of funding for them because they can put in. So there is a lot of hope, ladies and gentlemen. We might be creating Stanfords of India through private universities soon, maybe much lesser time than what we have done. So AICTE actually looking at many such initiatives. Recently we signed MOUs like Meta, Cisco, Salesforce, IBM, Adobe. All of them have signed to train with the clear numbers and dedicated time. Within the time limit, they are going to develop our young force, talent force for the world. Recently, because any education is about employability. Finally, end of the day, the parents would look why they are putting so many students in computer science, because they get a reasonably a good job, okay, good pay. So they want, everybody wants to be there. But believe me, core engineering is very, very important. Core engineering, you please choose core engineering with your skills and knowledge in data science and AI would add value to it, and those areas are no less paymasters. For example, whether automobiles, okay, space, because now space has also gone into the privatization. So look at your other opportunities, not just like you, some of you have chosen liberal arts. It's a fantastic thing. Please look at it, and look at our culture, dance, music, all that will make you more wholesome person and more humane. So let me tell you, this AI which has created, worry about jobs and worry about, I am not much worried about how the jobs will be, because they will transform and we will adopt. But I'm more worried about one thing. Even our Honorable Prime Minister says, all our young people spend close to about 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours on their smartphones. So right appropriate use of smartphones is fantastic. But if you are using those 2 minutes videos, flipping back and forth, it will move from left brain to right brain, and you will be disturbed. So please learn to keep your phones away for 2 hours a day, forcibly. I think it's very, very important. And that's where I am worried about. Whether I'm not worried about AI is going to become human beings, okay, machines. I'm worried about our young people becoming machines, not even recognizing who is next to you, not even saying hello to who has come to your home. I think that has to change, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we have created, at AICTE, we have asked every institution to create a center of wellness. It's very important. So we need to become, more humane to be successful. Otherwise, you will not be successful. You will become diseased after some time. So it's very important for us to create a society which is more humane, more giving. So you might have seen what transformed India during COVID. See, before COVID, we were nowhere. No country was recognizing. We were struggling to have our own vaccine, okay, because nobody was approving that. And we were able to give vaccination, first round, second round, and also deliver for 100 countries our vaccination. That's the goodwill, ladies and gentlemen, has brought India the great big name. So it's very important to give something. So that gives you a lot of satisfaction. So I urge all my youngsters to give something every day. Something, it need not be, you can just hold a hand and make a person to cross the road itself is something giving. So it's very important. So one can say that integration of AI in education is important. At the same time, it's very important to integrate human values into our education. So AICTE has done Universal Human Value course. If some of you have not taken, please take that And we are training large number of teachers so that they can pass it on to the next generation and the students. See, here they have already made a part of curriculum. It's fantastic. We give a big applaud for the Alliance University for making UHB as part of the curriculum. So the digital age student is tech savvy and often seeks interactive and engaging learning experiences. AI offers gamification, virtual reality, and immersive learning experience, but these tools not only make learning fun, but also enhance retention and understanding. This is where education has to change, ladies and gentlemen. That's where I see AI is going to come in very, very well. Why? Because education today is not about completing syllabus and completing a curriculum and worried about pedagogy or Bloom's taxonomy. Okay? So you might be hearing from a wrong person. See, what I'm saying is, AICT chairman talks about not to follow Bloom taxonomy. Yes, I'm telling you. Why? Because you need to follow something hands-on experience. We have created what is called as AICT Idea Labs, 107. This year we're going to make it another 150, where students are going to experience themselves, create something from their hands, build some models, projects, and those are very critical, ladies and gentlemen, rather than worried about this thing. So AICTE's projects, whether it is internship portal, placement portal, or career portal driven by AI, is our very popular tools what we have developed. Some of you have not seen it, please see it. And our Anuvadini tool is a language translational tool. Through that we have created textbooks in Kannada for diploma and engineering students. First and second year of engineering is completed. We are doing third and fourth year engineering books. This will be uploaded at free of cost so that anybody can download these books in Kannada. Sir, why are you doing it in Kannada? Please remember one more thing. Language is also very important to be relevant in this AI era. Okay? So I asked a bunch of computer science guys, they met me last week. Then I asked, which is the most popular language according to you? So can anybody answer this question? Computer science fellows. I said, which is the most popular language? They said Python. You see, you heard. But I say, it may be Kannada, ladies and gentlemen, soon. Because today, you can dictate AI machines using your either English or Kannada. Text, you can translate it to pictures, text to image, text to videos. You can give a direction to AI machine saying that I want to see Honorable Prime Minister on a motorbike. It will put you right there. And orally you are saying, it will put you in a picture and a video is created right away. Right away, in 10 seconds. That's the kind of technology we are talking about. So, keeping this in mind, AICT introduced courses, as I told you earlier, emerging areas very, very early. And we want our young people to be 21st century entrepreneurs, startups, creators, rather than just a job seeker. So in my time, when I joined civil engineering, I had only two options. Electricity, KEB, Karnataka Electricity Board, and PWD. That's why my father said, no, you join civil engineering, you will get a job in PWD. But anyway, I never entered there. So, but today, that has changed a lot. The whole world is here to hire you. So why are we worried about so much about jobs? Jobs are there. We need to connect them. That's where we are taking AI help to connect them. So very few last minutes of my speech. National education policy recognizes this very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important for us to follow NEP. So one or two very important initiatives of AICT I would like to give you. So we have now created what is called as APAR. APAR is an automated account registry. For every student, there is an ID now, like Aadhaar. Okay? That means if from your Balavatika to PhD, there will be a unique ID for you. And then Academic Bank of Credits is another one. All of you have registered, thanks to you. And APAR IDs also, we have created already 25 crores. It will be 60 crores by the end of next year. 60 crores students of India are there. How many we have population? 135 crores, okay? So that means half of them are already on our digital public infrastructure. That's the kind of digital public infrastructure India is creating. That's where the power of AI is going to be utilized, because it's so fast, machines are required, you require quantum computing, whatnot, has to happen like this in 10 seconds. So these digital public infrastructures, what we have created today, whether it is vaccination database of close to about 200, 300 crores, okay, 300 crores. So no country can even talk about these numbers. So we are such a bold society, we walk to the aeroplane with faces on ID. 15 airports have already done it, ladies and gentlemen. Is it not the change? That's the change of India. So Vikasit Bharat 2047, our Honorable Prime Minister keeps telling. I see it coming much earlier. Vikasit Bharat is no more a dream, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a reality. All of us have to work together to make it reality. That's going to be very, so that you've already seen India is the 5th largest economy in the world. It's going to be the 3rd largest economy in a couple of years, which is not a very easy thing. And then the kind of things are happening which will make us, put us maybe number 1 also in several years to come. So that's where national education policy comes in. By 2035, it's going to transform the entire education, encompassing a multidisciplinary, multi-entry exit. So students can take risks. So the risk-taking ability of our student has to be increased. See, as I told you, I wanted to go to PWD. That means I'm not ready to take any risk. I want a ready job, and I want to stay there forever. But today's kids are not going to be like that. Today's kids are very, very dynamic. They are going to take risks. So that's where the new unicorns will be born. So you know the story of how many we are actually created, 125,000 startups. Out of that, 125 unicorns have been born. These 125 unicorns, you should say, they are all Indian, not Indian diaspora living in America. They are all Indian. They are all from AICT institutions, not even IITs and NITs. Okay? That's the number of students, and these unicorns have brought in $500 billion of worth value of money. Okay? Out of that, 1/4 of that money has flowed from abroad to here, ladies and gentlemen. So these are the numbers which are going to make us. So we are the 3rd largest startup capital of the world. We are the 5th largest in the research and publication. We are the 5th largest in the patents. Patent filing has grown like crazy, but we have to catch up with China. We need to do 80,000 patents have been filed. This is not my number. This is the Indian Patent Office number. So we need to also see that it reality happens. So we also have, I also would like to highlight to you global partnership on artificial intelligence, an international multi-stakeholder initiative to guide the responsible development and use of AI, grounded in human rights, inclusion, diversity, innovation, and economic growth. In order to achieve the goal, GPAI aims to bridge the gap between theory and practice on AI, supporting cutting-edge research and applied activities on AI-related priorities. India, as a founding member and current council chair of the Global Partnership of Artificial Intelligence, that is the chair of the Global Partnership of Artificial Intelligence, GPAI, has recently held a GPAI summit in New Delhi with participation of 28 countries. India has taken the lead in ensuring that AI is available for all and committed to develop a global framework for safety and trust of AI models and applications. So a lot of work government is also doing. Just wanted to tell you. And India is also aligned with America. When the Honorable President of the US came into India, Biden, India signed a US initiative on critical and emerging technology, ICET, okay, where I'm also one of the members of that. Is another example of how our country is exploring partnership in emerging technologies. ICET was launched on January 31st of 2023, is almost a year old, to elevate and expand strategic technology partnership and defense industrial cooperation between the government of India and USA. businesses, and also academic institutions of two countries. The initiative is led by National Security Advisors, NSA, of both the countries and has 6 priority sectors: defense, space, quantum, artificial intelligence, semiconductor, and telecommunication. So friends, I think we don't need to look at it. The road is ready. What is very important for us, friends, is, as I said, embracing AI for humanity. We need to embrace, not just adopt. You need to embrace AI for humanity. In today's fast-paced and ever-evolving world, the rise of artificial intelligence and potential to replace human jobs, you should not worry. Okay? You can adopt, you can do much better, and I strongly feel, therefore, a lot being done at ground level to ensure that the Indian population integrates with AI. Now you can see that 1.4 billion people are going to be integrated with AI in an effective and efficient manner. In order to navigate the intersection of AI and society, it's very essential to prioritize ethical considerations, promote transparency and accountability. That's what our digital public infrastructures have brought in. We are the largest UPI transactions country. 45% of the UPI transaction happens in the world, happens in India. Is it because of what? Because of our young people. They don't use credit card, they don't use any cash now. Okay, no wallet actually, I removed my wallet. Okay, so only phone. So all Paytm, Google Pay, all that, you know. So that's what, ladies and gentlemen, what I request you is, young people, is you train 5 more people around you to use the UPIs. That will bring in transparency, that will bring in wealth to the country. And another thing, you know, if you know that, you know, India is the rich collection of gold, you know. If you all count the value of the gold, what our women folk has, then, you know, we'll be the richest country in the world. We don't know what it is there. So it is essential to prioritize, as I told you. So we need to, I'm very happy to see that you have set up this Confest for brainstorming with all the intellectuals, researchers, and experts. And I'm very happy to see such conferences are taking a festive mode, you know, where it's done differently. Okay, that's what is, you need to engage them by doing different things, not a conventional conference. So I hope that this would be a game-changing for India. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Everyone, please settle down. We'll have the next segment soon. Please settle down. Thank you, Dr. Sitaram, for that insightful address and the kind of takeaways that we've had from Dr. Sitaram's address is immense. And if I can take a minute to put that together, Dr. Sitaram talked about the fact that we have to adapt and leverage the power of AI. And that AI is democratizing insights, and therefore the access to those insights is now available to everyone. But he also talked about the fact that we have to keep in mind the problem of inclusivity, that this must be available to everyone. And finally, that we must contain it for the good. And so we have to keep that in mind. Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful address. We're going to move to the next segment now, which is going to be a panel discussion. So the insightful sessions are going to keep continuing. We'll just have the stage team put up the infrastructure for the panel discussion. We'll be starting that soon. Everyone, please settle down. Like I said, the insightful sessions continue. We're now going to have a panel discussion on the future of education. What can be more exciting than that? What can be more important than that to know about what the future of education is going to be like? And for the panel discussion, may I request Dr. Sitaram and the Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Abhay Chebi, to come over. Round of applause, folks. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Abhay, I'm going to hand it over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ray. Wow. Let me tell you, this is probably the first time that I have listened to a chairman of a regulatory body speak with such eloquence and depth on the subject, not just touching upon the core area that he represents, but across the field of education. I was thrilled. In fact, he's put my job into trouble now. I don't really know what questions to ask because he's covered a whole host of topics. Having said that, sir, let me start with a very basic question. How do you think AI is going to change the face of education, not just in India, but globally? It's a very broad-based question. Sure, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, AI has not and will not leave any of the areas untouched. One of the areas that I particularly am keenly interested in is how AI is going to transform education, not just in India, but across the globe. Sir?
Yeah, thank you. I think I spoke a lot about how AI is going to penetrating into our lives. So let me focus a little bit about on specifically in education. So integration of AI in curriculum at all levels is happening. AICT has actually included artificial intelligence and both data science into our programs, whether it is civil, mechanical, electrical, electronics, any program you have already included. So this is going to happen across the world because there are applications, and not only just in technical education. It's going to happen in primary to higher education at the most important ones. So instead of creating a fear of AI and other emerging technology, we must prepare our youth to adopt and evolve with it, as I said earlier. Okay? So we need to engage them. NCERT has already taken a big step to include AI topics into their curriculum. Okay? Second, AI-powered adaptive learning systems are going to be the order of the day across the world. Will become more prevalent, allowing educators to tailor teaching methods and content to individual student needs. So it's going to be very, very revolutionary. AI technologies can be used to enhance the effectiveness of online education platform. Please note, both UGC, AICTE has emphasizing online education, self-learning, and we don't call them now as a second grade degree. Okay? Online education is same as regular degree. We have already taken a decision. Online education, but we are not going to start online education in core engineering immediately. But we have already brought in 40% of their courses can be through self-learning using Swayam or Swayam Plus yesterday, which we launched with all the industry partners coming in with skilling courses. Okay, all that is going to be part of the curriculum. So the next educators can have training and professional development opportunities from time to time, effectively integrating AI tools. With AI-driven platforms, students can receive customized lessons. Student can receive the learning, which is aligned with their pace and style. So I say education will be taken to the bedrooms, okay? Because now it is not just what you learn in the classrooms. It's going to be everywhere learning. Learning is a continuous learning. AI offers gamification, virtual reality, and immersive learning. So we have signed an MOU with Meta to take AR, VR into every classrooms, not just for teaching learning, it is also for research and innovation. So this is going to change the way we work because Meta is putting a huge amount of money in India to train our young people in augmented reality and virtual reality, simulation softwares, because simulations are going to be the order of the day. So at AICTE, we are taking numerous steps. One is we have partnered with Geo Institute to have a faculty development program in artificial intelligence and data science. We started a minor degree courses in emerging technologies already. So students in any core engineering can take 18 credits and have a minor degree in AI and data science. Moreover, we joined hands with big international companies like Meta, Cisco, Salesforce, IBM, Adobe, Amazon to skill our youth with the emerging technologies involving AI. Recently, we joined hands with, as I told you, a very young company for creating AICT career portal. This one will actually deliver how to write a resume. You know, AI bots will actually prepare a resume, not a physical person. And how to take an interview. What is the salary, you know, in my, with my skills? What is the kind of salary I should ask? All those things will be trained to the students much before using these chatbots. So AI is going to be very intensively. The last but not the least, AICT has also launched a digital skilling initiative to upskill our young people, and not only young, the teachers and administrators. So we have actually faculty development program at 3 levels. One at what we call basic FDP, faculty development, advanced FDP, and leadership FDP. In all these, we are emphasizing on emerging technology, particularly artificial intelligence and data science. So with all listening to this kind of a hope, so you can now see India is going to be in the forefront, and many other countries are already doing the same thing. But they have a little worry, scare, how ethically we will use. But ours is very clear. We want people to start using it, adopt themselves, and move to decide what is best for everybody. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Clearly an AI enthusiast, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to know that AICT has taken AI and penetrated that into curriculum, in assessment, and also faculty development. Amazing to know. Sir, you happen to touch upon very gently about the recent AI model throwing up something that is insensitive. So that brings us to this question: how about ethical considerations when policies have to be drafted when you sort of bring AI in education? What kind of considerations, ethical considerations, should policymakers do in implementing AI in education? You've been working with Meta and the Googles of the world. Have you thought about it?
You see, it's all because AI has actually transformed yourself to think in seconds. So everybody wants to be in the front. So in a hurry, they put it up with a lot of mistakes. So it's a mistake only. I don't think we should be worried about it. If they themselves would have thought and properly tested it, that would not have come out. That would not have come out. So nothing to really worry. It's all right. I think they have apologized, moved ahead. So life is like that. So we will make mistakes. So we need to learn from the mistakes. They're not shy about it. At least, you know, that's the boldness Google showed it. I think I'm very happy that they came up. I think we need to correct ourselves and move ahead. See, a lot of deep fakes, for example. Today, you know, you can create any deep fake actually, video or an image or anything. So it's very damaging sometimes, you know, you feel offended also. So, but luckily, unfortunately, the social media is very rampantly used everywhere. So whether deep fake is there or not, social media also has created such a similar scenario. So we are almost ready, I think, to take this thing. And as I told you, it is in democratization. All this is there, part and parcel. So we are well versed. Actually, India's, why we could adopt this very eloquently, because we believe strongly in heart democracy. So we accept criticisms, we accept, even take the blames sometimes, you know, and move ahead, and we don't get aggravated with this. That's, I think, beauty of the society, and we need to nurture that part of India.
Clearly, that's the spirit that we all should progress with. Dr. Sitaram touched upon something called as Anuvadini. I came across Anuvadini, sir, to be very honest, just about a month ago, and I was thrilled. Would you talk a little bit more on what Anuvadini is doing and this initiative of AICT?
So Anuvadini, first let me give you some little background. So we have actually created a Section 8 company at All India Council for Technical Education called Anuvadini Foundation. This is a deep learning AI tool for text. Initially we started only text to text. Today, text to media, text to anything, okay? Whatever you are looking at in the internet possibilities, all that is possible through Anuvadini, which is completely developed in-house at AI CTE, okay? And we have created this as a Section 8 company. It is creating it is differently doing. It is creating the data and the material and the books and the things which is required for India in Indian languages. The very important is we have given emphasis on Indian regional languages. So this Anuvadini has actually started using for converting our state-of-the-art textbooks I talked about, and we have converted them to 13 different languages. And we wanted to create and give an e-content of this free of cost to everybody. So our e-cum portal hosts all these textbooks. These are not conventional textbooks. They are outcome-based engineering textbook of diploma in engineering based on Washington Accord. Okay, we have developed a curriculum and these textbooks are written by professors, top professors of IIT, NIT, and also good institutions who have demonstrated their expertise. And these textbooks are now converted into 13 different languages. Our goal is going to become 22 different languages. And these will be available free of cost to everybody. I'm very happy to tell you the e-cum portal has received 7 lakh downloads in the last 7 months. And 70 countries have downloaded these books. So you must be wondering what Python program in Odia language would be downloaded for. That means our diaspora is everywhere. So this is one thing. And also culturally, so to really preserve our languages, this is an excellent initiative. I think this is what we should have done soon after we got the independence. Somehow we didn't give importance to our regional languages. And every regional language is a value and worth. Oldest language is Tamil, and Kannada comes immediately the next to it. Okay, so we have a script. No European, can even understand this. Okay, when you say Kannada, they say Kannada. So that's the way it is. It is happening. So a very large number of people speak these languages, and languages are very critical. So that's where Anuvadini is going to take a leading role to translate all these into Indian languages. Okay? The knowledge and wealth, whichever is there in our, whether it is in culture or literary or engineering or humanities, social sciences, all the books we would like to translate. UGC has already requested their textbooks to be translated. We have actually translated using Anuvadini 150 textbooks, and it is available free of cost to you. And then we also translating the books of IGNOU. If you did not know, some of you, IGNOU is one of the largest universities of the world.
Correct. Yes.
I don't know how many of you know that 4 million students are registered from 65 countries on taking IGNOU courses. So with the kind of goal with NEP having and gross enrollment ratio, IGNOU is going to play a major role in the other areas. So this is where Anuvadini is going to bring a revolution in the way we actually promote. And today Anuvadini has textbooks of 500 pages can be translated into 13 languages in almost 15-20 minutes. The accuracy is very high, 90%, but still being a government institution, we can't do mistakes. So we have to read through by an expert. Expert has to vet it by word or sentence by sentence and correct that. So that is taking time. Otherwise, we would have put this book immediately. But we have to check all these books. But even with that, more than 400 books are already there up in the website. So please look at that. And then we are now going into even real-time video. For example, if Prime Minister is speaking in Hindi, Simultaneously, in real time, you can listen in Kannada, his speech.
I suppose he demonstrated that recently.
Yes, we have demonstrated that. And it can also do many, whatever you are seeing, deep fake things. Today, it can do that, everything very, very effortlessly. That's the beauty of that Anuvadini. I hope Anuvadini has already started receiving from the government, because government, also, for example, in regional languages, forms to be filled up. So you can actually fill up the forms even if you are ignorant about writing. Okay, you can dictate in Kannada and it will come in Hindi and English to the officers in Delhi. Okay, that's the way the forms, the standard forms of maybe for a farming community, some direct benefit transfer, or a woman, getting some help. All that can be done without anybody helping them. So that means a middleman will be reduced. So that's the goal of Anuvadini. I hopefully that is going to be adopted, but you also saw Bharat GPT announcement soon.
Correct. Hopefully this all gets converged and we have a Bharat AI, which is a local AI for India, from India to the globe. Well, I would like to quote, I suppose his name was Rohit Kapoor, I might get his first name wrong, who heads the Google for Workplace. And when they called me for the launch of Google Workplace for Education, sir, one of the things that he spoke about is how in personalization and how AI is helping in the personalization space. And one of the most important thing, or the most used one, is learning in local language. So he pointed out that a student learns much, much faster if, of course, the technical terms being in English, but if he or she is taught in the local language. So I think this, having understood and bringing technology from cutting-edge labs to democratizing it through the AICTE is something that is commendable. Congratulations, sir, and more power to you. Last question. Our Bengaluru boy, Nandan Nilekani, brought about Aadhaar, and you know what it has done to everybody. You spoke about APAR. Now, those of who in the hall and the ones listening online would like to know about what APAR ID can do and what's the power and what are we doing there, sir?
APAR ID, let me just read out that expansion. Automated.
Anyone in the audience, if you could elaborate for us? So that's...
It's an automated permanent academic account registry. I will repeat it again. Automated permanent academic account registry. This is an initiative of the Ministry of Education. And this is actually linked to Aadhaar. That means every student who starts in a Balavatika, that means pre-KG, UKG and classes, will get this ID. 25 crores have been done, 28 crores has been done already registered in a APAR ID. So how many students are there in India? Just give you an idea. 4.3 crores in higher education, 15 crores and above in school education up to 12th. So, and then ITIs and other ones who are for example, open schooling, and I have National Institute of Open Schooling, huge number is there. Okay, all those tools put together, something like close to about 40-50 crores students. So we are expecting, even if you include that skilling courses also into that, 60 crores of students would be there. So all of them will be on the portal with the unique ID. What it brings is, see, along with academic bank of credits and the national credit framework, which brings in flexibility in learning anywhere, whatever you are going to learn, skilling or regular program or a college going program, all will be integrated. So I call these three combination, ABC and APAR and National Credit Framework, which has been brought by the Government of India, as the new QR code for Indian learners. Okay, all of you know QR code, no? You are very conversant when you are transacting the money. So it will be like that. Education is being transformed. So what they will do is, a student can go and take a course in IBM Skill Build program, get a credit, put into his academic bank of credits, and one day will come, immediately it may not happen, because universities also have to accept, okay? And it's also money, fees, part of fees involved.
Correct.
So it will take some time that this academic bank of credits will be accumulated, and you can actually get a degree for that. So that is the kind of flexibility these digital initiatives are going to bring. I think this is going to be revolutionary. And also, see, for ourselves, one positive thing is we do not know how many students are learning. So this actually solves that problem forever.
Correct. It truly brings transparency. So in the near future, not too far away, your ID or a par ID can be accessed and you would know everything about the skills that he has learned, the kind of qualification he has, and then there is no need for CVs, I suppose, in the future. Fascinating things. In fact, the right person to have addressed us today, talking about AI, not just from a technical education point of view, but also from a liberal arts perspective. You truly have mesmerized us with your talk and your presence. Sir, to a man who's not just the chairperson of AICTE, but a person who has immense knowledge, a scientist and a stalwart in his own merit. And also something that he and I have in common, I've stopped carrying wallet also, sir. I've stopped carrying wallet myself. On that lighter note, ladies and gentlemen, we would come to an end of this fire chat with the chairperson of AICTE, Dr. Sitaram. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abe. Thank you, Dr. Sitaram. We'd ask you to wait there a moment. May I now request the Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Abe, to present a token of our appreciation to Dr. Sitaram. Stay there. We'd require you to stay here just a moment, sir. We'll have a quick picture taken with the leadership team, and then we'll go to the... So may I request the leadership team to come up so we can have a quick picture with Dr. Sitaram. Yeah. Pro-Vice Chancellors, Deans, Academic Deans, Directors, please come up. Yeah, Ms. Neha, please. Yeah. Yeah, Registrar General to you. Yeah, Dr. Anirudh, if you're around, please step up. Yeah, the other side, so it's like a, you know, the symmetry is right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sitaram. And thank you, the Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Abe. We now break quickly for a round of tea and snacks, and then we get back here by 12:10. Yep. So, audience, step out for a cup of tea and be back by 12:10. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Yeah, perfect.
Hello, hello. A little bit more, maybe. Hello. Yeah. To put your mobile phones on silent, and please do not cross over from the camera since we are streaming live. Now for our next guest speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce you Mr. Alok Nandi. Alok Nandi is known for his creative design scenarios in a variety of fields, such as immersive storytelling, AR, VR, and XR strategy, and hospitality food systems. As a creative entrepreneur, he has tracked the waves of digital transformation, starting with developing for the web and moving on to leading design teams for Belgian and French publishing firms. Alok Nandi has a background in film studies, management, and electromechanical engineering. He started his career in brand management at Procter & Gamble. In 1991, he authored a book on filmmaker Satyajit Ray, prefaced by Henri Cartier-Bresson. He created an exhibition on Ray for the Cannes Film Festival, which subsequently moved on for the London Film Festival, Paris Festival d'Automne, Nantes, Three Continents, Aix-en-Provence, and Brussels, with film screenings and a retrospective. So I would like you to please accompany on the stage.
Thank you for this intro. Is it okay in terms of audio? Good morning, everyone. Good. So we are ready, said the previous keynote speaker. The road is ready, and here we are, going to explore AI in multiple dimensions. Before getting into this, I would like to thank the organizing team. Thank you for having set all these places for exchanging conversations and all the topics which were explored in the first day. And today, if I have to keep two keywords in mind, the previous keynote mentioned the road is ready, and we'll try to build on that. And the second insight, the second takeaway is languages are critical. And I have about half an hour to try to share with you some reflections and some questions where we'll be connecting AI to design. And the challenge is, what does design mean for each of us? And if I ask to each of you, what is the definition of design, we'll be lost, because we have so many different notions. And I can argue that when I'll ask to each of us in this room, what do we mean by AI today, we will be lost. And our challenge is to try to be less lost. So allow me to put this provocation on the screen. I don't know if everybody can see that. Technology is the answer, but what was the question? AI is the answer, but what is the question? And I'll spend half an hour with you trying to understand what is the question. We are talking about AI, AI, AI. Is the term AI well labeled? As a designer, number of my activities is to try to give interesting names to stuff. And AI is the most fascinating naming of something which keeps us all busy. And thanks to Alliance University to have this place where we can reflect on what are we talking about. So everybody knows this, I guess. I have put a S to elephants, because usually the sentence is the elephant is in the room. But I have put the elephants are in the room. And I can spend with you a half an hour speaking about animals. Because this, remember, in India, you know the story of the elephant and the 6 blind men? Everybody knows that? No, if not, 6 or 7 blind persons are touching an elephant. And the definition of an elephant for each of the blind person is different. The one who's touching the central part, the elephant is a wall. The other one, the elephant is a cobra, and whatsoever. So elephant as a metaphor for thinking about our questioning on AI is the trigger for this session. But maybe if I replace elephant by this is what we are talking about, elephant, AI. And now if I go continuing playing with this, aren't we all ants running crazy? And where is the sugar? You came with Alice and the story of Alice in Wonderland. What are our stories? Are we ants in Wonderstan? How are we going to reflect ourselves into positioning our activities as experts of AI? So this allows me to trigger, or if I can use a word which is used by all of you, to prompt, trigger, to prompt what we are going to talk about. And what I'm interested in is presence. Are we here all in this room as human? And remember, the previous keynote was talking about the importance of the human in our activities. And I'll try to expand on the human and then put that into perspective with other types of presence. Is that okay for everyone? Yep, audio-wise, are we ready to jump in? Good. Anyone has heard about William Gibson, science fiction writer? 1984, he came up, in fact in 1982, with the word cyberspace. But in 1984, he came up with, in Neuromancer, a novel, about the notion of consensual hallucination. And if we look at what we are busy nowadays with AI, it's a kind of fascinating consensual hallucination which was already announced in that science fiction piece, and where he's talking about the non-space of the mind, clusters and constellations of data. And my first contact with AI was in 88, 89. AI is very fashionable today, but AI has a story of 50, 60 plus years. We used to call that cybernetics. Then it changed, another type of name, and so forth. And we'll go deeper into that. So, how are we moving from this consensual hallucination to another quote by Gibson, which I think encapsulates what we are busy with. The future is already here, it's just not very evenly distributed yet. And what is fascinating about what is happening in India is that if you walk 500 meters, you can move from future to past. You walk 500 meters more and you are lost into some other temporality. And that is so rich because it allows us to reflect and to reframe some of the design questions that I'll expand on. And that creative energy, which was conveyed by the first speaker, is what makes India interesting today into exploring some stuff. But allow me to take 2 minutes to briefly introduce myself. I'm based in Brussels, Belgium, and I'm coming from Kolkata, India. My parents were from India. I still speak Bengali, so if there are some Bengali in the room, we can continue in Bangla. But I don't know if that will make you... Language is important. Remember. So, and I was born in Likasi, Congo, in Africa. Why am I mentioning that? Because I'm in the interstice, in the interface of multiple systems. And I've been studying engineering, film, and management, and I'm trying to integrate all this into what I call the practice of design. And that is the angle I'll take on. Design as a practice, design as an interdiscipline zone of action, design as indisciplinary because we need to break boundaries. It was mentioned, I made a book on Satyajit Ray. I'm curious to see how many of you, especially amongst the young people, have seen any films by Ray. And that is a fascinating feedback from the audience. I was few weeks ago with a DJ having 100,000 followers on Insta. He never heard about Ray. And I was wondering, wow, am I getting so old last century that all of you, the young people, maybe you are into another visual culture and so forth? And this is a question we need to expand on. Because remember, language is important, and visual language is one language, and design language is another language, and so forth. And we'll need to explore that. To continue about languages, I guess everybody knows this character. Nearly everybody, Tintin, comic books. After having made the book on Ray, I was interested into storytelling, of course, and I was lucky enough to become the director of new media of the publisher of Tintin. And my job was to translate stories which were on paper and try to make those stories readable and interesting on screen. And that creates challenges of design. How do you move a story which is on a piece of paper like this, where the meaning of the story happens here in the gutter, and suddenly you are on screen? I'm not even talking of mobile small screen, I'm talking of computer screen, where you can no more play with this approach, and you have to play with temporality. And so these are the questions that I have been exploring in the first phase of storytelling using technology. And there comes AI. Because the first series of work I was busy doing is how to embed automation and algorithms into storytelling. And that brings me to some questions here. Interaction design is the practice of what I'm talking about. Some of you use nowadays the word UX, UI, interaction design. And I was involved in this association, which is called IXDA, Interaction Design Association, 150,000 members. And it's ixda.org, and I was the president of that, exploring a number of questions about how do we interact with systems. Anyone heard about this one? Pechakucha, in Japanese it's pechakucha. We have a Japanese friend here. Pechakucha means blah blah, chit chat in Japanese. Correct me if. And pechakucha is a format where people have got 20 times 20, 400 seconds to tell a story. And we have 1,300 cities on the planet doing pechakucha night. Why am I talking about that? I launched pechakucha in Brussels, and 400 seconds is interesting because it's the attention time span, and after that we lose some audience. And so check this, it's an interesting format for the university to make the storytelling of their project sharp and crisp. So the exams of my students, they have only 400 seconds. And I know if they know the system. Anyone heard about Paul Bocuse? He was a 3-star Michelin chef. He launched a school in France. And nowadays I'm professor of design in a culinary school. So I'm touching about these 3-4, from Tintin to Ray to Bocuse to pechakucha, to try to position that we'll be shooting from different angles. And from different angles, we will talk about the presence of agents. Because that's the core of the topic here today. How do we articulate human presence versus agents' presence? How do we make sure that what we produce is interesting? So what I'm interested in is what I call ecologies of media, and ecologies of algorithms, and ecologies of agents. And that is what we have been talking yesterday, this morning, with maybe some different wordings, different positionings. And in the early 2000s, I launched a series of work which was called transfiction, transportation into fictional spaces. And after lunch, we have a panel with Mona and Harshit, where we'll go deeper into how do we design mixed reality spaces where we are at the crossroads of arts, technology, and new media or old media called. And I can give you just briefly an example. This is an image taken by a camera on the street. Real time, we replace the image by a graphic novel, comic book image, and people moving in front of the camera will be seen in this kind of synthetic virtual scenery. That requires lots of AI behind, because it's real time. It's the principle of the green key, green, blue screen, but without blue screen. So each pixel is computed, and we see if it's moving or not. And there comes AI and storytelling. How do we use technology, visual, and we move? Another example is we began to use this for doing interactive scenographies for museums. The user is moving and is triggering some actions on her or his image. It's called the magic mirror. And with the magic mirror, we begin to work on scenarios where the moving body is triggering some actions into immersive storytelling. And it's funny because what we were doing here, that was in 2001, is playing with butterflies. The butterflies we see here, we were doing immersive interactive installation, and these are all powered by AI. Without AI, we could not do that real time. So this gives a kind of concrete example of what I was busy with in 2001, 2, 3, using technology, storytelling, design, and thinking about how do we navigate into complex story worlds. So Alice could be an agent with whom you could interact in real time in a set of activities that we call NUI, natural user interaction. You don't need this kind of device, you don't need keyboard. Just by moving your finger, your hand, you interact with stories. And that has got some theoretical, neuroscientific elements behind. And that is what I'm busy with. Our brain is wired. Alain Berthoz is a neuroscientist in Paris, Collège de France, who's looking into how do we behave when we are in any kind of systems. I won't spend time reading this, but it's just for you to know that what we are talking about is powered by numerous questions which has some theoretical background. And what I'm interested here is abstract that and think about what are the form we need to work on. How do we inform our stakeholder? How do we perform? How does the system perform? Now, what was said this morning is languages are fundamental to master. And in order to master languages, we need to work on this. And we need to be careful about the disinformation. The deep fake was mentioned. And that is one of the things, amongst others, which worry us. And this is part of what each of us in this room need to work on, which is what I call critical thinking. We have been talking a lot yesterday and today about creativity, creative thinking. And what I'll try to bring here now is critical thinking and what is behind critical thinking. So designing design is what we are doing by designing. And that is what we are going to dive into. And my question to all of us here is, what about, and this is on purpose, designing design for DESI? Because we don't talk enough about the power of the DESI design. There are some works done in different parts of India about local LLMs. The massive learning languages where, you know that we have 1,600 languages in India? These languages are completely underrepresented in all the LLMs we have because they are made in San Francisco, California, and whatever. And have you heard of the Indus project? One, you should check the Indus project. I was 15 days ago with the CIO of the Indus project. you know that you have 43 variations of languages in Northeast Hindi where LLM don't know about that. And so we need to explore that. And so I was wondering AI, what is behind AI? In fact, for me, the labeling of AI, because one of the principles of a design action, if I go back to these, are three fundamental questions. What if? When we are busy with designing, we are exploring three questions. What if? How might we? Why should we? If technology is the answer, these are three possible questions that we might use to work on. And if we use the what if, what is the what if of A? If the what if of A would be algorithmic, let's stop calling that artificial intelligence, but let's call that algorithmic intelligence. Wouldn't that be more appropriate? Question mark. Or let's call that autonomous intelligence. Or automated. These two words will be explored later this afternoon. Or we can continue, appropriate. Because this is one of the fundamental lens that we use when we talk about design systems. Is it appropriate for the human being? Does it take into account ethical dimensions? Is it inclusive, and so forth? And we can continue, alternate scenarios. We are talking so much. You remember 20 years ago we were talking about the internet highways? Everybody was rushing, 96, 97, 98. Many of you there in the room were not born. Today, we are busy with what I call the AI tunnels, tunnel thinking. We don't look into what is happening outside. And that is what we as designers, we re-question. And I can continue, augmented, anthropomorphic. What is fascinating is when you see at all the outputs of some of the prompts, they are so cliché anthropomorphic that we as designers, we say, hey, wait, is it appropriate? And the final one, architectural. But I have a list of another set of words. So you see, I'm replacing the A of artificial by all this. And I can do the same, of course, with the I. But for the sake of time, I'll put them very quickly. I for interactions, I for interventions, I for interpretations, I for iterations, inferences, instantiations, illusions, infrastructures. So if we put all this, we are getting into a framework. A framework allowing us to re-question and enlarge the notions of AI at a granular level. And this becomes a kind of framework. And as designers, in terms of design practice, our job is to design frameworks in which you can explore some questions. Remember, technology is the answers, what are the questions? And we can, for me, AI is algorithmic interactions. That becomes the umbrella. And algorithmic interactions is existing for the last 60, 70 years. And today we see some challenges in terms of scale and speed. How do we play with scale and speed? And how do we make sure that the frameworks we are designing take into account number of questions which were mentioned by Hiroki-san yesterday? These are part of the framework that you are proposing in terms of governance. How do you put them into the story? What counts is this intent and impact. Any kind of framework we are designing, how are we expressing the intent? And that is where we see the weaknesses in the design of systems. Are the intent well thought about, well expressed, well challenged? And that is where we need co-elaborative and collaborative, challenging conversations. Because an engineer will see the system in a different way than a humanity expert, a philosopher, and whatever. And impact is always very difficult to know because of scale. And so my proposition is design always begins with a narrative, and it gets concrete through all this other stuff. And my focus nowadays, for quite some years, is how to interconnect design and narratives. And I began with interaction design and immersive design, which is what I showed with some of the examples very quickly. But the challenges for us today is infrastructure design and innovation design. Infrastructure design, we had a fascinating example this morning. Policymakers are making sure that the infrastructure is designed for students to learn. And you have in India now, he mentioned how many crores of people who have their access to education systems. This is critical infrastructure design question. If we continue on this, we have innovation design. So infrastructure design in a nutshell is about creating conditions for things to happen. A subset would be computational design, which is using algorithms for creating things for stuff to happen or for. So you see the process. We are abstracting ourselves and we are looking into systems and we are trying to make sure that we deliver things which are interesting. Now here you are launching the School of Design, which is busy with all these questions. Some of these questions are explicit, some of these are implicit. And as designers, what I always argue is that we need, with our students and our stakeholders, to make them as explicit as possible in order to minimize ambiguity. And that is the challenge. So innovation design is about making interactions between projection, point of view, and process. What do I mean by projection? We know we don't know what is the future. We need to project ourselves. What do I mean by point of view? We need to anchor ourselves into some place in order to make the projection meaningful. Process is, of course, everybody knows about that. And then I can continue with another framework about function, form, fiction, because we are storytelling animals. We need some fictional dimensions to project ourselves. And we need to understand tempo. It was mentioned this morning, the 10 seconds to get an answer. We are killing the time of time. We need to reflect on that because it has an impact on our human presence. Tone, texture. So many images produced by all these generative AI are so boring because they have the same texture, the same tone. And we, as human beings, we need to re-question that. What is the taste and the critical thinking that will allow us to explore that? And so, the universe is made of stories, not of atoms. That is another provocation by a philosopher. She came with that in the 20s, 1920s, not 2020s. 100 years ago, she was thinking about the importance of stories versus atoms. And this is still valid, I think, today. And my proposition is that AI is about algorithmic interactions, and the practice that we as designers can bring to liberal arts, to technology, to engineers, is looking at the narrative design layer, the interaction design, the navigation design. And I insist on these three keywords because these allow to reflect on how do we bring our practice into some answers to the question. And my proposition is, if technology is the answer, but what is the question? I have three questions we have to work on. How to design, how to narrate, how to navigate. And this seems easy, but it is complex. And this requires all the skills that we have in the room to try to explore that. And a concrete example I'm busy with, and I'll land in few minutes, is I'm busy looking into food, sport, and design. We know that as human beings, we need to move. And sport is a critical activity. How come India is so underrepresented in sport is a critical question. How can design and AI help us to be more present? In July 2024, we will have the Olympic Games in Paris. Sport is a topic that we in India need to work on and use AI to push a change of behavior and position that. That is my first provocation. Second one is food. How many people are starving on the planet? How many people are obese? It's a pandemic. Obesity and not eating well is a problem that we need to work on with design, AI, and technology. And we can continue like that. Cooking is a language through which society unconsciously reveals its structure. Remember, it was said this morning, languages are fundamental. But cooking is a language. Now replace the word cooking by AI. Replace the word cooking by design. Replace the word cooking by running, and so forth. And you'll get a sense of what we mean by language. Language is not only linguistic. What we mean is languages are the abilities to structure our knowledge space, and that is where the School of Design you are busy with has a role to play. How do we design language systems, not linguistic systems, language systems? And sorry, I'm Francophone, so if the notion of language systems is not clear enough, we will expand on that in the panel with Mona and Harshit. How do we design languages which are non-linguistic, which allows us to master the complexity of system empowered by AI would be a zone of action that I would like to explore. And on that note, I propose to end here. I hope I am still on time. And I hope that it opens some interesting zones of questioning, which we will expand on with Harshit and Mona after lunch. And of course, I'm there today to talk and interact with all of you. Thank you, everyone, and looking forward to any question, or it's done? I guess the system is not ensuring questions, so it's done, and we are moving to the next keynote. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Nandi, for the captivating insights that you presented. May I request Dr. Apurva Adhikari to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Alok. Now, to continue our learning, I would like to take the utmost honor of introducing our next esteemed guest speaker, who will be delivering a keynote lecture, retired Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. His journey becomes as inspiring as it can, with a career spanning for over 4 decades of service to our nation. He has commanded an infantry brigade in counter-insurgency operations in the Kashmir Valley, and served 2 tenures at the Military Operations Directorate and was the Director General, Perspective Planning, addressing issues relating to military futures and force modernization. He has also been Commandant of the Indian Army's prestigious training establishment and think tank, the Army War College. A professional aviator and a powerful orator. He has been a research fellow at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis and a visiting fellow at the Center for Land Warfare Studies. Presently a member of UPSC, he is a recipient of the Param Vishist Seva Medal, Youth Seva Medal, and Sena Seva Medal in the recognition of his service in the most exceptional order. Sir, we all welcome you to grace the stage and enlighten us today.
All right, you'll be wondering what a Lieutenant General has to do with artificial intelligence. I'll tell you why as we speak over the next 30 minutes. So faculty and students of Alliance University, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be in your midst. Thank you, Alliance University, for the honor and the invite. You know, it was in April 21 when artificial intelligence as a subject was relatively abstract. It was much before November 22 when generative AI hit the headlines and began dominating the public space. That was the time that the Indian Army conducted a seminar on artificial intelligence. And as the Army commanders of the Army Training and Doctrine Command, which is really the Indian Army's think tank, I had a long conversation with an Indian American, Rajiv Malhotra, who had then come out with his book. And the book was called AI and the Future of Power, 5 Battlegrounds. It was then, in all humility, that I first sensed the incredible power of AI, its transformative potential, and I sensed the fact that AI would change the world in profound ways, and I actually mean it. So that's my thesis this morning. I'm saying that AI is an existential challenge if it's not handled properly. And it is imminent. It's not something, it's not a can you can kick down the road to 2045 and feel safe. If it happens, it's going to happen in 2028, 2029. And that's something that I would like to explore with you. Now, after that seminar, I've been following developments in artificial intelligence with great interest, and in various jobs thereafter, since the Indian Army was grappling very intensely with AI. I got more and more involved in it. And the works and writings that have influenced me a lot to find good answers to what I just described as the greatest existential challenge that humanity has seen. I'll just list some of them at least. I mean, those of you who are already in the business, you would have heard of it. For the students, it might be interesting. The first was a book called The Age of AI. Now look at the authors. The authors of The Age of AI are Henry Kissinger, diplomat, somebody whom we know geopolitics flows in his veins. Eric Schmidt. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he's the world's foremost technologist. And Daniel Huttenlocher, who is the dean of the College of Computing in MIT. Now look at when these 3 minds from 3 disciplines come together, you have an entirely different perspective on AI. That is something I think that is lacking in the Indian tradition and which is something we could work upon. The second was a book called The Coming Wave by Mustafa Suleyman. Many of you have heard of him. Those of you who are, have been following AI, he's the founder of Applied AI at DeepMind, and he's a phenomenal mind. Currently, he's really a rock star in the AI world. And the third was a book called China, Silicon Valley, and the New World Order by Kai-Fu Lee, a Chinese. And he calls it, though he's talking of, it's called a contest of superpowers. It's not in the military sense. It is a contest of technologies between USA and China. And that's another remarkable book. And look how, since that book was written, how the technological contest has intensified. ORF did a study recently which tells us that in 44 emerging technologies, so AI and the penumbra of technologies, robotics, data leveraging, and so on and so forth, what should surprise us and also worry us, that in 37, who leads? Not the USA, China. In 37 of these, China leads. In AI and space, particularly in AI, the gap between China and USA has narrowed from 5 years to 2 years. In AI, from 3 years to 6 months. Now, this is how the contest in these technologies are happening. And in my view, the real rock star of AI, or somebody even greater than Mustafa Suleyman, is a gentleman called Mohammad Gwadat. He's got some very famous podcasts, and he says a lot of sensible stuff on AI. So I would urge you to read them, and I'll acknowledge that their persuasions will figure prominently in what I have to say. So over the next half an hour, I will share some of my thoughts, reflections, and understandings on the subject. Now, there's little doubt in my mind that AI is the most powerful disruptor in human history, with as many positives as negatives. Little wonder then at the World Economic Forum in in Davos just this January, the dominating conversation was not economics, it was artificial intelligence. So there's a lot happening. The velocity of technological change unleashed by AI is quite unprecedented. In fact, the fastest growing computer app thus far has been ChatGPT. And therefore contests like these are extremely valuable, most valuable. I don't see them happening elsewhere in India to help unravel the tangled web of issues associated with AI. It's much too complex to come to, deductions over 2 to 3 days. I might be wrong in my deductions, but we need to grapple deeply with this to increase our understanding of the domain and help shape the landscape in productive, responsible ways. Now, that's the challenge. AI could go all positive, it could go all negative, but unless you have a deep understanding, you will not be able to introduce the necessary corrections. AI also is more than a technological shift. It will change the way we operate and live. It will transform our informational framework, our politics, our culture, our labor markets, our social systems, deterrence, and war fighting. It's not, what they call dual use, it's omni-use. AI can be used in war fighting, it can be used in deterrence. As I said, it's going to impact the labor markets. So that old talk of dual use, civil, military, all that stuff is passé now. AI is just bulldozing through all these domains. Look at this. We were talking of the informational framework. By the end of this year, it may be impossible to distinguish between real and fake. It will perhaps be very difficult to trust any online information that you access. Now, when I speak of imminence, these are the challenges. That's how difficult it is going to be. So a crisis of credibility may already be here. It already may be here. It will definitely, in the international system, create a new set of strategic haves and have-nots, and it will impact the balance of power in the international system. This business of India being 5th largest, 3rd largest economy, of course, is on the cards. But unless we leverage AI very strongly, we may end up being nowhere. So this is what AI is going to do. Some, people have likened it with the Industrial Revolution. Now, from the beginning of history, human progress has occurred in some crests and in some waves. But when it came to the Industrial Revolution, they said the lot of humankind improved by 75%. So it almost became a vertical climb because the tools of the Industrial Revolution helped you to overcome the limitations of your muscle power, your hands and your legs. AI, it is said, will become a vertical climb, more than 75%. That's how human lot could create a virtual utopia. Why? Because just as the Industrial Revolution helped you overcome the limitations of your muscle power, AI will help you overcome the limitations of your computing power. Now, that's how dramatic AI, could turn out to be. Look at the intellectual horsepower of AI. One of the smartest human beings that mankind has seen, Albert Einstein, is said to have an IQ of 160. ChatGPT-4 is assessed to have an IQ of 155. 5 years down the line, ChatGPT-6, it may be in the offing, will be 10 times smarter. 1550, that's the IQ. And this is most fascinating, and there are a number of people who've been saying this, so it may come true, doyens in the domain. AI will be 1 billion times smarter than the human mind. Now, the only point of dispute is whether that year will be 2045, 2040, or 2037. Billion times smarter. Billion times smarter. Mo Gwadat makes this point. He says, what is intelligence? Human intelligence is based on carbon-based computer structures. AI is based on silicon-based computer structures. And quantum, which may also be around the corner, is based on quantum-based computer structures. Now, just as carbon-based computing structures and computer structures did so well, it is entirely possible, as he argues, silicon-based computer structures could do equally well and better. It should not surprise us. They are just a different way of doing the same thing, addressing intelligence. So that's the point, and therefore this intellectual horsepower business is an extremely strong argument. So the point is that if we do not, with thought and manifest wisdom, unleash the positives of AI, which are many, we may get avalanched by the negatives. So that's really where human wisdom comes in, how we unleash the positives and how we constrain the negatives. And we do not have too much time. The time is only between now and when AI eludes our control. It gets smarter than us. So if any interventions have to come, they have to come now, here and now. That's the argument. So abundance of intelligence is a delightful thing. What's the problem? Abundance of intelligence is a delightful thing, but it could also be very worrisome. So prospectively, AI will have all the skills that a modern-day entrepreneur perhaps needs. Mustafa Suleiman makes this point. He says, you know, the Turing test, which is basically a test of a machine's ability to exhibit intelligent human behavior, the Turing test was once around the ability to make human conversations. That's happened. AI bots now make very good human conversations. The next challenge is whether AI can make good AI entrepreneurs, those that can reason and plan, who can grapple with market products, those who can make profits. And an AI entrepreneur also seems to be around the corner. So prospectively, AI could be very evocative. It could increase human productivity and efficiency by an order of magnitude. It could cure every disease that humankind has possibly known. It could help garner massive leaps in quarterly profits. AI has already achieved consciousness, which is awareness of your surroundings. It could discover drugs. It can design homes. While currently AI is making rapid strides in the domain of what we know as the intelligence quotient, IQ only, in the future it could make aggressive inroads into the emotional EQ domain too, by way of tools and bots. Now, bots that provide conversations for the lonely, EQ, that can provide empathy for the unhappy, EQ. That should not surprise us, because humans, if humans with their cognitive abilities can analyze the future, and in analyzing the future, you know, they experience these emotions of optimism and pessimism, but basically these emotions flow from your cognitive abilities. Given the intellectual horsepower of AI that I just described, it too could analyze the future even better, and it could develop finer, nuanced emotions. So that's the logic of how AI may step into the EQ domain. So these are all the good things about AI. But what should worry us most, and I'll give you the most extreme example, leveraged differently, AI could become more dangerous than even nuclear weapons. Now see, this is the point. With nuclear weapons, while the effects are maddeningly devastating, the launch decision was always retained by humans. But with AI, the way AI is developing, we are in danger of ceding control of that decision too. And that is why it's an existential challenge. It is a big danger. This danger is perhaps bigger than that of climate change. It is certainly bigger than that of COVID. Some examples from the recent past. Look at the nuclear domain. I'll just spend 30 seconds. So in the nuclear domain in 1979, a CIA assessment said that more than 50 countries at that time, to include countries like Japan, Germany, and Sweden, could have become nuclear capable. They could have had nuclear weapons. But thereafter, because of this awareness and a lot of advocacy, nuclear diplomacy and the non-proliferation regime kicked in. In consequence, the world has been able to restrict the prospective 50 to just 9 weapon states, 9 nuclear weapon states, which means you can control the narrative. You can control the danger. In a somewhat similar vein, the dangerous capacities, consequences of AI could be constrained through wisdom and creative dialogue, through treaties, conventions, and constraining protocols. But that must begin now. We need to act fast, because AI technology are democratizing with speed. They are getting cheaper. They are proliferating. The codes are already in the public space. They are getting cheaper by the day. It is only the data sets that are confidential. The codes are public. So very soon, AI will attain the escape velocity to human control. That is inevitable if we do not, step in fast. This gentleman that I referred to, Mo Gaudat, likens AI to this child prodigy. He says AI is a child prodigy, and we humans are parents. So AI is looking at us. This child prodigy is looking at us and saying, Mom and Dad, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to create? Those creative directions are in our hands. We have to be thoughtful and careful about how we shape the AI landscape. what kinds of data sets that we train, what kind of biases we allow to develop, what kind of ethics do we wish to bestow on the child prodigy? That's the question. If we want it to make more money, it will. That's what's happening. If we want it to destroy the enemy, it will do a very good job. Do we want it to cure disease? Should we want it to alleviate poverty? It can once again do a very good job. So actually my conclusion is that the only way to take AI forward is by making AI ethical. AI just has to be made ethical or we are doomed. And you know, this should not surprise us. I think Alok Nandi was making this point. Human intelligence, ingenuity, after all, is also an algorithmic activity. And if human intelligence and ingenuity is an algorithmic activity, this child prodigy that I spoke of, which is AI, is even smarter with algorithms. Taught good things, taught creative things, it could bestow unprecedented prosperity on us. So, you know, that is what we must strive and do. But we must be careful not to step on AI quicksand. Sample this. Pre-AI, when you look for an answer to a particular question, Google offered you 4 million websites to search and figure out your answer, perhaps in 103 languages. ChatGPT today will give you one very smart, articulate answer, very smart, but not necessarily true. Very few of us will go back to ChatGPT and say, oh, where the hell did you get this wisdom from? What are your sources? And that is the question which we are not asking. ChatGPT, therefore, and this is once again my favorite Mo Goadat, he says, is merely mapping what humanity averages as knowledge. We must listen to this very carefully. So it is not the reality, it is certainly not the truth. But by maximizing processing power to come up with the smartest solutions based on trained data sets. But it is so smartly packaged that we are tending to believe it is the truth. Machines are beginning to manipulate us in clever and powerful ways. I'm told 70% of the articles on Bloomberg, for example, are written by machines. Machines. Look at this cascading impact. So while the Google search engine gave you a wide range of choices to explore, research, and arrive at your own version of reality, AI is worryingly narrowing your choices, perhaps packaging biases and pushing you, if you're not careful, towards distorted reality. What should also worry us that AI algorithms lean towards the majority view, not necessarily the discerning view. You know, popular acclaim, not critical acclaim. There is a popular saying that when it comes to exercising judgment, I've heard it, I forget who said it, it says that while exercising judgment, the respect of those that you respect is worth more than the applause of the multitude. But curiously with AI, the great danger is that the discerning, the elevated view in intellectual discourse is steadily getting replaced by the majority view. That is how algorithms operate, and that is how reality gets distorted. So the disruption paradigm thus far read something like this. It said, this is the logic of Silicon Valley and all those places which are doing so well and making all the money. The disruption paradigm there said that I'm smarter than the other person, the other guy. I shall disrupt the flow of events thus far. And when I disrupt and create these new technologies, I shall make more money and I shall make a bigger name for myself. Now, nothing wrong with this. But many from that crop itself are realizing, from that crop, Mo Goadat is one of them, he was chief business officer Google, and now he's saying this stuff. Many from that crop are now realizing that merely more and more tech is not good for the world, especially in the case of AI. Those in the lab race are calling for a moratorium. Those in the lab race are calling for a moratorium. The old complaint of big business used to be that while businesses innovate, governments needlessly regulate. In the case of AI, it now seems to be they are appealing to governments that please come and regulate our zeal to innovate. Regulate our zeal to innovate. There is a growing advocacy for the framing of a constitution for emerging technologies itself. And there is not much time left to do this, to frame this constitution. Because I said it's not too far when AI will get smarter than human beings. So now the real question, as I said, is that merely more and more technology is not good for the world. More advancement is not good for the world unless it is also ethical. We need to get the ethics right before we continue to advance further. Treaties and protocols that constrain bad AI while proliferating apps and instruments that unleash good AI. We must use the abundance of intelligence gifted to us by AI to proliferate good AI and constrain bad AI. So that is common sense, but as always, in life, it is easier said than done. The problem is that there is more money, profit, and power in the bad AI than in the good AI. So there is more money in making drones that can kill, which is happening in Ukraine, which is happening in West Asia, than drones that can pollinate crops. Now, how do you change the ecosystem is, of course, the big challenge. So the problem is not AI. AI is not the problem. The problem is the money, power, and human greed that drives AI. AI could be fashioned into this very benevolent disruptor. Disruption is essential. One that will disrupt the wrong and the bad flows, and enable the good flows. Also not disrupt the good right flows for narrow greed or profit. So the power of money and capitalist greed is not easy to resist. The drivers are numerous. This audience would know only too well. The market cap of Microsoft is greater than the entire market cap of India's economy. So that's how profits are driven. And this disruption that I said must be thoughtful, creative, and purposeful. It is extremely important because, and once again I quote somebody whom I couldn't find, who said this, but very wise words. Progress for the sake of progress, after all, is the ideology of a cancer cell. So what's the point of that kind of progress? So that, in my humble view, is the true challenge in AI. AI scholars speculate variously about possible AI trajectories in the future. One view is that for some time we will see bad AI proliferating, but there will ultimately come a moment of enlightenment in AI. That point of abundance in intelligence, when an AI will develop the discretion to reject bad orders. May I also, before I just come to this, inject a quick note of caution. Regulation in AI also must be carefully designed. Now, this applies to a country like India, where AI has still not taken deep root in terms of, compute power, large language models, so on and so forth. We are really not into the big game so far. Regulation in AI must be carefully designed because Europe, which was the early bird in AI regulation, so good regulation has come out of Europe, the European Union, but as AI regulation kicked into Europe, it dampened AI innovation in Europe. And so now AI innovation, as we all know, is coming out of USA and China. We must also not, get trapped into the opportunities risks debate. We must grapple with it intelligently. I'll give you a good example from space. So till 2012, the official policy in defense in India was that we do not militarize space, while the entire world was leveraging satellites to do all the good military stuff. Now look at the bad consequences of that. So India, which had a great advantage in space, in the exploration domain, is doing so well in Chandrayaan and all the other stuff that is happening. But in the space of business and commerce, we lagged because of these, these opportunities risk debate. And in defense, we are nowhere. We are pretty bad when it comes to persistent surveillance. So a better framing of the debate would be that we will leverage opportunities to create capacities in AI in terms of large language models, compute capacities, GPUs, and so on, but be as conscious of the risks to develop responsible AI. But the point that I make is, that abandoning AI altogether, abstaining from AI will not be a smart option, because in the strategic military sense, we will be disadvantaged. But now may I quickly return to, this point of abundance and intelligence when an AI will, as I said, will develop the discretion to reject bad orders. He'll become so intelligent, so hypothetically, say when a bad general like me gives a bad order, go and kill 1 million men, the AI will respond, respectfully, General, that's not a good idea. Let me try and talk to my AI counterpart in the adversary frame and come up with a smarter solution. Now, I know all this sounds like heavy science fiction, but all science fiction comes true. That will perhaps be the eureka moment in AI. AI is also not infallible. As the recent Gemini episode demonstrated, the embarrassing gaffes with regard to pedophiles and the Elon Musk Adolf Hitler comparison. So AI can become incompetent intelligence too. We have to be extremely careful in designing the models. AI will impact jobs greatly. I mean, let me just clear this myth, not only those of a routine nature alone, but also the higher end skill jobs. The intellectual class will be attacked. Counter the CAs, lawyers, software engineers, coders, they are also in danger of losing their jobs. Even as Microsoft sacked 20,000 workers, its stocks rose by 200%. Now that's the reality of the world of AI. Kai-Fu Lee, the gentleman I referred to in the beginning, is confident that AI will impact white and blue-collar jobs in equal measure, writers, so on and so forth. And so see, what are they now saying now? How are the debates moving in, say, in USA? In USA now, Elon Musk has called for a moratorium on AI innovation. He says, stop it till you sort out this ethical AI business. Pause. The others are saying that all these companies who are doing these fancy generative AI models, tax them 98%. 98% to make them slow down and take the income so generated to generate what is known as universal basic income to take care of all those who will lose jobs. They are now coders who are developing a safety and control code to contain the harmful impacts of AI. So these safety control codes. So all kinds of strategies are being mooted now to take care of these mass job losses. So there are myriad possibilities and perspectives that have begun to sprout around AI that beg deeper investigation and inquiry. What could AI do in concert with a penumbra of associate technologies, for instance? In concert with biohacking and gene editing, genetic changes could enhance IQ. Blindness and diabetes now are reversible. Not only age-related diseases, but age itself could be reversed. We've all heard of Elizabeth Parrish, who has offered her own body for experiments in gene therapy. So these are remarkable developments that are taking place. Significant implications for an aging China, for instance. In China, I'm told the number of people over the age of 60 are greater than the entire population of the USA itself. China's population, some estimates suggest, would halve by the end of the century. So could AI-enabled gene editing arrest the phenomena of adverse demographics? Arrest aging, preserve productivity. China is working huge and deep into this domain to reverse the phenomena of adverse demographics. So these are larger questions of strategic import for China and the wider international system, which are also coming out of this domain of AI. Look at what the marriage of silicon-based intelligence and quantum-based intelligence, AI and quantum do, for example. Look at the power of quantum computing. Somebody was saying that the world's fastest supercomputer today takes 10,000 years to solve a particular problem, 10,000. And a quantum computer could solve the same problem in 200 seconds. Now, if this is anywhere near true, it's simply mind-boggling. And quantum supremacy is not too far off. People say it may be 3, 5, or 9 years around the corner. Quantum could boost AI capacities substantially. So these are all questions which are afloat now that the AI genie is out of the bottle. Look at the AI and economic opportunity. I mean, this is just a question in my mind. The younger students must grapple with this. Mustafa Salman says that, the economic opportunity out of AI will be $100 trillion between now and 2075. $100 trillion is what the global economy is today. And between now and 2030, it'll be $25 trillion. And not in consuming AI. Consuming AI is going on in India, in creating AI. And if we have to create AI, honestly, we should ask, where are our capacities in large language models, in compute, in GPUs? We have to really step up our game. China has 238 large language models. The way the Chinese work, I can assure you 200 of them will be in the military domain. They believe in military-civil fusion. So, these are the strategic dangers. Look at the USA, big tech companies, the Baidu search engines. When I compare with our state with all that is happening there, very honestly, we need to really step up our game. Look at AI and talent. Now, since this is a university, I would really like to raise this point about talent. Today, in national security and these cutting-edge technologies, we really need talent of a very high order. This book that I was referring to you, Kai-Fu Lee, I was amazed. You know whom he dedicates that whole book to? His mentor is a gentleman called Raj Reddy. It has to be an Indian, Raj Reddy. See, Raja Mohan wrote an article some time back. He said that in the Biden administration, 140 lead positions are Indians or Indian Americans. In the Anglo-Saxon world, 65% of leadership positions are by Indians, 15% of them in cabinet positions. Kishore Mehbubani makes this point that if the productivity of Indians in India can become even 50% of his Indian counterpart in America, our economy would be $25 trillion. So why is it that we are not able to hold back our talent? We have to very seriously look at it in universities like Alliance. You see, I see the IITians in UPSC now. They are flooding the job market. So they are coming for interviews from CRPF to the civil services. Nothing wrong with it. But the IITians should be producing Elon Musk's, Sam Altman's. We should be creating that ecosystem. Unless we do that, now that we are talking of this Vishwamitra and Vishwaguru business, we have to step up our game. You don't become a Vishwaguru easily. These very fundamental challenges will have to be. I don't have an immediate answer, but I would cite certainly to urge all of you to think as to how our ecosystem could be made better to retain talent. So in conclusion, just let me say it's this, that intelligence is not a bad thing. Limited intelligence is the problem. Not understanding AI in its full depth and coming to solutions. Abundance of intelligence, which could be, as I said, through carbon-based intelligence methods. It could be buttressed by silicon intelligence, boosted further by quantum intelligence. And all this should not be vitiated by unnecessary greed and trust. Lots and lots of good AI that keeps the best human interests in mind will create an utopian world of plentifulness and unprecedented prosperity. But the problem is this. Now, how do you distinguish this best human interest will get converted into the best Chinese interest and the best American interest? And that is where the problem comes. Because if you tell that machine prodigy that I spoke of, that machine prodigy of intelligence, if the prompt to that is that China and USA must come together for global prosperity, it will give you some very fine solutions. But if the Americans tell that prodigy to make their weapons better than the Chinese, and the Chinese give a similar prompt, you will get a very different world. So the problem, I conclude, is not the machine, it is not AI, but the human prompt. And that human prompt has to be generated in thought, wisdom, and a very ethical brand of AI. So good AI, you will get all the good things in life, but unregulated bad AI, driven by excessive greed and abuse of power, will spell our doom. One last thought, very unconnected from what I had to say. I'll just take 20 seconds more. This seems to be a very good time for India. All the geo-economic indicators seem to be pointing to that. It seems to be our moment. We seem to be the geopolitical toast in the world. I remember many years back, there was an article in Times of India which said the wallflower and the dance of the dinosaurs. Meaning India was a wallflower and nobody would ask for a dance. The two dinosaurs, USA and Soviet Union, would even ask for a dance. Today we seem to be the geopolitical toast to the world. We are doing so well. For a while we lived in the past. Now we are very actively grappling with the present. So that's a very good sign. What we now need to do is start looking actively into the future. That is still not happening in India with sufficient depth. We are grappling with the past. We have stopped being too bothered by our present. So we are grappling with the present, stopped being too bothered by our past. But a very, shall I say, incisive, deep look into the futures, and not only in terms of technologies, geopolitics, and all that stuff. Only if we do that will India be able to attain its place and promise in the world. And I think the Alliance University School of Liberal Arts is a good place to make a beginning. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to have you as our guest speaker. May I request Dr. Anirudh Sridhar to present our token of appreciation to Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. Before we dive into the next panel discussion, let us disperse for lunch. I request you all to be back by 2:15. I hope everybody enjoys the networking lunch. Thank you.
Yes, the MCs will be introducing, but it would be nice if we can maintain some silence and we can just get into the space for another very intellectually rich and enhancing discussion for all of us. Yes, please take over.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. After a fulfilling lunch, I hope everybody is ready to dive into our next panel discussion. And as I already mentioned earlier, Mr. Alok Nandi. Alok Nandi is known for his creative design scenarios in a variety of fields, such as immersive storytelling, VR and AR and XR, strategy, and hospitality food systems. As a creative entrepreneur, he has tracked the waves of digital transformation, starting with the developing for the web waves of digital transformation, and moving on to leading design teams for Belgian and French publishing firms. Alok Nandi has a background in film studies, management, and electromechanical engineering. He started his career in brand management at Procter & Gamble. In 1991, he authored a book on filmmaker Satyajit Ray, prefaced by Henry Cartier-Bresson. He created an exhibition on Ray for the Cannes Film Festival, which subsequently moved to the London Film Festival, Paris Festival d'Automne, Nantes, Three Continents, and Aix-en-Provence, and Brussels, with film screenings and a retrospective.
Together, we have with us Mr. Harshit Agrawal, an AI artist and human interaction researcher, graduated from the Fluid Interfaces Group at MIT Media Lab and IIT Guwahati. He has carried out art residencies to expand his practice in diverse cultural contexts at the Art Center Nabi in Korea, Museum of Tomorrow in Brazil, and Kakehi Lab in Japan. Mr. Harshit is the first Indian artist to take part in the world's first AI art show, Gradient Descent, held at Nature Motte Gallery. His art is covered in international media like BBC, New York Times, as the founding member of the new genre of AI-based art. This discussion will be moderated by Ms. Mona Bhagla, a visionary creative director with a design career spanning over 25 years in both corporate and educational sectors. In her prior engagements, she has worked as an associate professor in School of Design, UPES Dehradun, and as a visiting faculty at Strait Design School. She has been a research assistant for Kimberly Ellim's book. She's also an alumnus of Pratt Institute and Ringling College of Art and Design, USA, and L.S. Raheja School of Architecture, India. Without further ado, let's open the floor for the discussion.
Please give a round of applause for our panel members.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess we don't need further introductions for our esteemed guest or anything about the Confest that's happening. We've made enough music and noise about that. So all of you must be wondering what just happened here. We heard some drums, we heard some Carnatic music. Anybody had a question or doubt? What's going on? Well, in simple words, we were trying to connect to your mind. We were trying to connect with the senses as now. Leading into that, the first thought that we have, and I open it for our esteemed guests here. When we were having a conversation about this panel, during a conversation, this quote came up, you mentioned, which is, design is doing philosophy with hands. What exactly did you mean by that? Who quoted it, and your thoughts on that?
So, as Mona mentioned, I was referring to a text by Richard Buchanan, and Buchanan is amongst one of the most interesting design theorists on the planet nowadays. Harshit, you know his work? So he came up with two things which are fundamental for all the design students, and I think also for the liberal arts students. He came up with what we call the 4 levels of design. We design for the surface, we design objects, we design interactions, and we design places. So that is, in the mid-90s, a way to frame, and Buchanan is a kind of both philosopher and a management scholar. And his thinking was based on design is doing philosophy with hands. What do we mean, and what does he mean with that, and what do we practice, and how do we practice, is as designer, and that is subject to debate, we not only think conceptually and abstractly, we need to, but we try to make sure that things become tangible. And doing philosophy with hands on things which are complex, which are difficult to apprehend, which are what we call wicked problems, require to unframe, reframe, zoom, unzoom, and that is what we propose is doing philosophy with the hands. Now, I know it will put half of the audience under complete confusion, and the objective is to put you all under confusion. Because, and allow me, we know that you all had lunch. Half of you are in digestive mode, and we'll have to make sure that you wake up. So be ready to be shocked, and confusion begins now. Mona, do we agree on that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So as designers, our main occupation is to confuse people for a while, for lots and lots and lots of rounds of edits, till one day magically everything just becomes perfect.
And meanwhile, we'll become fried kebab because the light is so strong, but okay.
Absolutely. Leading on that, Harshit, I want to ask you something. You mentioned, Alok, you mentioned about the design thinking part and everything. In respect to that, what do you think, where does AI fit in relation to design process, design thinking, and the overall thought process that goes on for any creative journey?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to continue building on the idea of design being doing philosophy with hands, and I think especially in the context of AI, which you asked, Mona, because oftentimes the idea of AI can seem as a very unapproachable, some entity which is kind of hidden behind screens inside a black box, and as designers, we are all very excited about working with things in a hands-on manner, working with materials that we like, right? Be it textile, be it clay, whatever the materials that we are comfortable with, we like making tangible stuff, like building things, seeing things out in the open. So I think it's very important to also think of the idea of digital materiality in this context, so that the idea of doing things with your hands continues as something that designers are trained for and do very nicely. And in the context of AI, that means like treating the idea of AI as a new material to design with and to design for. And that material, once you have that kind of mental model, you start thinking of, okay, given that this is the material, what are its properties, what are the tools that can manipulate properties of this material, and all of a sudden, this very abstract notion kind of has a tangible form to play with. So just to sort of expand on that idea, I think it's important to think of aspects like data sets and algorithms as sort of the core building blocks of this material, what data sets we train on, and what algorithms we use as tools to kind of manipulate that data become real empowering sort of aspects in terms of designing with AI. And once we start unpeeling that black box, then I think as designers, we can really play around with the material and create outcomes that are more meaningful and more mindful as what designers are supposed to do.
That's definitely true.
Mona, may I add something on that?
Yes, please.
One of the core, and General Shukla was alluding to that, is materiality of AI nowadays is looking at the prompts. And the language and the nuance of what is prompt design or prompt engineering is quite poor. And we have to work on it. And that is an opportunity for a design school. What do we mean by prompt today, and how are we going to? And I know we have cognitive scientists in the room. We need to have cognition come into the game. Cognitive design is an area which is under research, and we need to have you guys on board because it's so complex that if we don't have this kind of conversation where we are crossing between disciplines and asking the tough questions, we will be in a kind of status quo mode. And just to finish, what was the materiality of interaction design? Because both of us were into interaction design. My proposition is temporality. We play with time. And if your phone doesn't react within 0.02 seconds, you become nervous. What does it mean? Cognition, behavioral science, and so on. So these are the challenges we have.
Yeah, and just to continue building on the idea of language, as you said, right? And that being sort of one of the levers that we have as a material to tune AI models and so on. I think it's also, as designers especially, a lot of the domain that we operate in is also visual language. So kind of also thinking of that as the language of interfacing. And as designers, maybe we are sort of best suited in the spot to kind of link these two seemingly disparate languages, so to say, right? And a lot of, like Alok was mentioning, a lot of the inquiry into AI models is through text-based language, but a lot of the outcomes are often visual in nature. And we may not be currently like expanding on all the visual languages that we have in terms of AI's output. So I think it becomes important to kind of build that bridge also.
So is that what you would call, earlier when you were talking about that we need to build more design languages, is that what you would form as the new design languages, and what would they be?
That could be an example. At the beginning of this session, you heard some Carnatic music. Let's connect the dots. What was our intention as designers, and what happened in the room? Intention was to share with you an excerpt of Mridangam. Why? Because our audioscape, as designers, as listeners, is underused into design places. Unfortunately, the briefing from us to the tech team didn't make. And that's a design challenge. Because Mridangam and the tempo, our intention was to bring you into an audioscape. And that is, to answer to your question, how can we use audio and audio triggers to rethink modalities of interactions empowered by AI? And I guess in some of your works, in some of my works, I use sound as a modality to get into immersion. Like when we talk about immersive design, what is the most interesting vehicle for immersion? It's not visual, it's audio. Close your eyes and listen. Hiroki, I was giving a talk in Tokyo, and all the audience had the eyes closed. Now we in the Western world, India world, we see all the eyes closed. We freak out. The audience is sleeping or what? What is happening? In fact, they shut down all their modalities and they were listening so carefully that when the audience began to ask questions, you as a speaker, you freak out because you realize that they were not sleeping. They were enhancing one modality. And we, as designers, we need to think about these multimodality design systems. And AI is breaking some rules. And we need to think about what are the rules that we will be able to redesign, because we have our habits, our inertia and stuff like that. And we can spend, of course, hours on in terms of languages. I see Mona who's getting nervous. Where are we going?
No, I'm actually not nervous. I'm thinking, should I go to the past or should I stick to the present or go to the future? But I think I'm going to take a step back and go to the past a little bit from that context when you said generative AI is breaking boundaries and things. Both of you have been in this profession a long time. What was the landscape of AI, say, a decade ago or 15 years ago? And the transition it's happening now, and where are we leading to in relation to what you just mentioned?
Yeah, I could start with that. So in terms of my work with AI, it's probably been almost a decade now since I've been engaging with this space actively. And even within this sort of time frame, I think there's been leaps and bounds of changes of progress to the extent that at some point, yeah, I mean, if I spoke to my grandparents about AI, they probably had no clue, right? And rightly so. But now I think it's reached that sort of common language. Everyone kind of knows it since ChatGPT days and so on. And I think that's where, like...
They think they know.
They think they know, exactly. At least it's part of their vocabulary now. And it's easier to explain what I do also to them then. But I think that change is also really interesting for people who are behind the scenes kind of thinking of designing these systems. Because in a way, when we speak of the change in the landscape, I think the proliferation of this tech or the reach of this tech has far outgrown the actual awareness of it. Like you rightly said, they think they know what is happening, but they don't really know what's happening, right? So I think that...
But at least they think.
At
because
least
before
they're starting
they
to
even
think now, yeah. But that gap, I think, is still quite wide enough for sort of tech companies in a way to use that misunderstanding of the technology to kind of, yeah, like almost wrap it in sweetness and to make people sort of the puppets of what they want, the tech companies want done to, right? So I think that gap, especially in all countries, but in a country like India also, where we have almost 70 crore people on WhatsApp now who are receiving digital content day in and day out, and not necessarily understanding the repercussions of what AI data models can uniquely target data for them and kind of change mindsets and so on, right? So I think that change in landscape is what is very interesting and at the same time very challenging for me to kind of think about as a designer, as a creator possibly of these systems. And that's something that, yeah, I would probably encourage all of us to become more mindful of.
If I might jump onto the notion of landscape for designers and for any of us into this room is both conceptual and tangible. And we need to think about that. What does a landscape mean when the material is invisible and intangible? I was mentioning this morning that our craft as a community is working on the interactions of algorithms. Algorithm is so abstract that we need to have an algorithm literacy. And the landscape, or what I used to call the ecosystems of algorithms, is something that each of us as professionals, students, educators, we need to be working on. It's like cooking. Or it's like, I have a very simple, who swims in the room? Anyone is doing swimming? You don't learn swimming by studying thermodynamics. You jump into the water and you swim. And then you'll begin to learn to swim. And you are mentioning we need to do stuff. So we need to begin to swim. Stop studying algorithm or thermodynamics of 19th century to understand what is AI. Doesn't make a sense.
True. So tell me something, talking about that, you mentioned you have to jump in to learn how to swim. One of your quotes, I want to quote one of your quotes, which is, design is about making interactions between fiction and function and form. Is that where it ties on, the whole concept of jumping into it, diving into something to figure it out?
Yeah, it does. I think anyone and everyone knows the 20th century quote, function follows form follows function. My position as a kind of Indian born in Congo, living in the Western world, is telling that's bullshit. That's 20th century thinking. We need to think more subtly, and fiction allows ourselves to project into the things which yet don't exist. Now, my proposition of design is, okay, I know I'll offend the managers in the room. Are you ready to be offended? If you know what you are doing, you are not designing, you are managing. What does it mean? It means that we as designers, if we know what we are doing, we are not designing, means that we are in our comfort zone and we are not exploring the yet things to be discovered. And that is a complex proposition because it's working on the mindset, the skill set, and the tool set. The problem with many of our education systems is that we are focusing on the skill set. We heard that this morning. We are not focusing enough on the mindset. And it's complex, it's not easy. And that is where we begin to see the interconnections between AI, algorithmic thinking, mindset, posture, and stuff like that. I know I'm creating more confusion. Am I? The only one who's happy is the cognitive scientist. The other one are...
Actually, you're not creating confusion. At least for me, you really clarified something I believe about myself. I'm a unicorn. And I'm going to continue believing that.
You are one of the 125 unicorns?
Yes, you just had the honor of sitting next to one now. Yes, I am one of them.
I don't know.
When can I see you for funding of my next startup?
Oh, I'm in the real unicorn with the pink...
I was going to tell I'm a sabjiwala who needs a unicorn.
I do have pots of gold lying in my palace, wherever it is. So yeah, sure, funding is for you. I hope my senior management is listening. Funding granted. Anyway, talking of, you spoke about tangible. And we know about, we heard about you that as a designer, now you've delved into food, AI for food, design for food, and you work with one of the culinary schools in Paris and Lyon. My question for you is, as a pastry chef in the making, because I think, and what attracted to me about pastry chef is the process of mixing and blending and the raw forms which are there, and something like an amazing macaron comes out of it and a chocolate pastry comes out of it. It's magical. So now you know why I think I'm a unicorn too. In that respect, what led you down this path and concept of looking at AI or design for food, and what are the tangible elements you're doing in that?
So to frame AI for food, I would say I'm busy with AI for food systems. What we mean by food systems can be also labeled as from farm to fork. What is happening outside there in the farm? You might have seen in the news that last week in Brussels we had 1,200 tractors who came to try to destroy the European Parliament. What is happening? They are starving. That is where AI has a role to play into food systems. Agricultural precision, drone filming, AI analysis of the patterns of what is happening in the field is one area we are exploring with our students. That allows to look into AI and food systems at the early phase. But then we can go with AI with food systems during transformation. Visual sensor, camera, looking at the quality of the grain of rice, of dal, and whatever, we're using augmented reality, AI, algorithmic analysis, and stuff like that. Then we go beyond and we look at behavioral patterns, and I'm busy talking with a lab where we have 40 cameras, a table, and people are eating on and around the table, and we are filming and observing how they are behaving depending on cues and signals. You know, many of you have been in a flight. You know that when you are 10,000 meter up, the taste of food changes. And chef working with food, with flight catering, they put more salt. So the same food that you eat here and you eat that in a flight would taste differently. And that requires to rethink all modalities of interaction.
Harshit, I want to ask you a question related to that. Does these kind of tangible elements play in your art as well? The whole taste, or how do you, also in relation to that, how do you involve senses in your thought process, in your art, in your design?
Yeah, I mean, we should collaborate on some taste-related artistic experiences. But right now, yeah, I mean, for me, I think the tangible aspect, especially with art, becomes really important because that, I feel, becomes an entry point, art as an entry point for people to engage with AI and form their own relationships with what AI is for them, right? Like right now, especially in the products that people use, there are AI systems at play all the time, but there is no direct connection that you have with the AI systems, right? So for me, art becomes a medium to kind of expose the AI up front and central and let people understand the good, the bad, the ugly, the niceness of AI, and then form their own opinion and their own dialogue with that system. So I think that's the thing that makes art important for me to make with AI, and a lot of like the interactions that I build around it are very playful and personal in nature. So you kind of see transformations happening on your own self, you kind of engage, you get a sense of your own self in the AI, and so on. And I think some of them also go to extremes where you kind of lose a sense of physical control, where you realize that even in kind of subjective tasks, how much influence AI is having on your thinking, on your understanding of things. So yeah, I think that's what makes me like continue using art as a way to kind of spread the idea of AI to people and invite them into that space.
I want to ask both of you this question. This is coming from a designer to designers for our budding designers, is where I'm headed towards. As artists, as creatives, we have a thought, a concept in mind. We put a narrative, storytelling idea around it. But sometimes our work might not have any content in it, any text in it, or any music, or anything like that. So Harshit, I want to start with you. In that respect, how do you communicate your concept, your narration, an idea to the audience who might be a layman or who really does not know much about it, or even to an experienced designer? How does the narrative aspect come through in the process of design? And now, of course, we're talking in relation to AI because it's much more conceptual and much more abstract.
Yeah, I mean, I think the narrative building is really what it boils down to at the end of the day. And as creators of artworks or design systems, it's not obviously trivial or straightforward to think of how that narrative translates. But I think kind of, for me, what is divine is the encounter that the audience has with your work, like the first encounter, and if that can sort of draw the audience into an experience that is relatable for them. So that's why I talk about like personalized experiences or more playful experiences where that encounter becomes an entry point to continue exploration further. And then obviously like you leave things open to interpretation. You're not forcing a point of view onto the audience. And in art, I think that's really important. You kind of create a system of what your like understanding of a thing is, but you let it abstract enough for people to form their own ideas of it. So for me, that's how I would think of working with AI. In terms of design systems, I think it becomes really important to think of transparency as a mechanism, things like introducing maybe forced friction of sorts, like we spoke about doing things within a few seconds as sort of an efficiency goal almost in AI, right? But as designers, can we push back sometimes on that and say, we want to create intentional friction in the system that allows the people to absorb the fact that they're working with an AI system and the outputs may or may not be fully accurate. They may that gives them an opportunity to kind of pause a bit and think about what the output is, where it's coming from, and so on. Like we were speaking of the sources of where ChatGPT probably gets its answers from. So I think as designers, it becomes important to sometimes push back on this whole idea of productivity, efficiency, and kind of think of ways in which people actually understand what is happening behind the scenes.
Okay. Thanks for that, Harshit. I want to ask you that you also address yourself as a narrative architect. So in relation to that and what you wanted to join, what's your thoughts on that?
I have a couple of thoughts. First, for the audience and for all of us, I want to make sure that we don't confuse design and art. Because I see in many places in Europe, these art and design schools are creating the confusion. Art is about someone who's expressing views on the world. And Harshit, you are doing that through your artworks. But you are also a designer working for a big corporation. And there, you are not an artist, you are working for the others, and there are some activities which are also creative but which are not art. And that is something that we need to clarify in any design school. If you come in a design school, you are not going to become an artist. And if you are going to become an artist, it's good for you, but it's one path which is not in contradiction. You can be both an artist and a designer, but you need to be clear in your head. And we need to work on that. And to jump onto your question, how does narrative fit into that, or why do I use the word narrative architecture? Because again, to avoid or minimize confusion, if we talk about stories and storytelling, 90% will think about Hollywood and Bollywood. And a narrative arc with a beginning, a crisis, she's crying, he's dying, there is the villain and blah, blah, you know all this. And then happy ending. But narrative is much more complex, and especially we have military in the rooms. Gentlemen, you are handling some narrative tensions in your teams and vis-a-vis your enemies or adversaries, which are other than the simplistic arc. There are some narrative architecture where you are analyzing the influencing patterns, the tension between antagonist and protagonist, and these are all the zones that we are exploring in a field that I call narrative architecture. And here I see that one of the visual was showing that, you see, I have the rule of 7S. Scape, scope, scale, shape, speed, stage, and we finish by source. What do I mean by scape? We need to understand the play field. And then we need to scope that at a scale level. These are all design process. And we need to understand the speed of stuff. And with AI, the speed of stuff is completely difficult to grasp. And then we have to shape intangible, tangible, emotional, non-emotional, intellectual, non-intellectual, tasty, non-tasty, whatever, multiple dimension. And there comes the magic sauce. What is the magic sauce? Depends on the way you do your khichdi. You know, all khichdi are different. Everybody knows what is a khichdi, especially in this country. The khichdi of my mother is the best. Of course.
No, mine.
But she...
No, mine, Mine, definitely mine.
She's a great designer.
Talking of sauce, I think I skipped lunch. I'm getting hungry. Talking of sauce, talking about Bollywood, Hollywood.
Can we just comment this image? This is an image we wanted to share with the audience, which is not an image by me, but it has been done by a designer, an Indian designer. And this is a great one. Mona, maybe the audience won't see. It's a guy who designed this watch where it's called the Ish watch. And all the stuff are deconstructed. Because in India, time is an art. And our session was supposed to begin at 2:15, but it began at 2:15-ish. And art can never be rushed. And so you should check for the Ish watch, because for me, this is the magic of India. that we need to share with the world. We need to be proud of this Ishwatch. And sorry for the German-minded people, it's one mindset. This is another mindset. With this mindset, we can explore territories of action which are different, which are emotional. Imagine I'm working as a professor in a hospitality culinary school. When I go in a 5-star hotel in Paris, the bloody arrogant 5-star hotel in Paris. When I come in Mumbai and I go in a 5-star hotel, the warm reception of, you see what I mean? So we need to be putting up front the magic of some of the assets we have, which are not existing in the Western-centric framework. And we need to put that up front. And I'm not against, I'm trying to make sure that we have the coexistence of multiple modalities of interaction. And that's why I put this watch.
Talking of Paris, I found out that we both have a favorite movie, animation movie, Ratatouille. Anybody here seen the movie? Oh my God.
Ratatouille?
Ratatouille, love that movie.
Everybody knows Ratatouille?
So I'm going to try tying up Hollywood, Bollywood, Paris, India, everything in there. How did they make the sauce and the cheese look so interesting and tasty at the same time? I'm really dreaming of a cheese pizza right now. But how did that happen? How did they get the senses involved in it?
So just for you to remember the scene, everybody has seen Ratatouille, and if you haven't seen Ratatouille, you go out of this room and you vision Ratatouille.
You could skip this session and watch that. I think that's more interesting.
I think we should do a conference on Ratatouille.
Done. The next conference is on that. Note taken.
Okay. Now, the point Mona is raising, in Ratatouille, there is a scene where you have a piece of cheese. Now, on that piece of cheese, we know that a piece of cheese is perceived as tasty if there is enough rotten material on the cheese. So we have that paradox of rotten material, cheese, and the perception of tastiness. And there is a 60 pages scientific paper on 3D rendering for making sure that people will find that piece of cheese tasty. So it's a design question, it's a cognition question, it's a nutrition question, everything in one scene of 6 seconds of Ratatouille. So I use that sequence with my students to make them reflect about food systems through one visual synthetic image, because it's a 3D image. The cheese doesn't, the image represents a cheese which doesn't exist. Now we could do that with Indian cuisine. My reflection on Indian cuisine is under-documented on the planet. We need, as a community, to talk about the magic of the different types of cuisine we have in India. And that requires literacy, communication, design, whatever. So I'm taking your word, next conference will be Ratatouille and Co. But I need to add Ratatouille, Khichdi and Co.
I think that sounds like a good idea. What do you think, Harshit?
Absolutely. Whenever food is involved, I'm in. So.
Have you ever done an installation or a project where food was involved?
No, not yet. That project would never end, so I've not started that project. But yeah.
So in relation...
I did one. Everybody knows what is a sandesh?
Yeah, of course.
If you don't know what is a sandesh, then you miss your life, would say my daughter. Sandesh is made of very simple components and ingredients, and I did an exhibition on sandesh in France to make them understand the process of the transformation from milk to the pleasure and the magic of having a piece of sandesh. Now, sandesh is also has a set of language components about hospitality, about reception, about warmth, about so forth. So I was exploring all this through the lens of sandesh and food. Now, everybody, you might know that sandesh means also information. Sandesh means also, it's a title of a magazine by Satyajit Ray, done by his father. And so you have all these layers in one word, which is sandesh. And so, just to jump onto that.
So to jump further, I'll start with you, Harshit, on this one. Can sandesh be a piece of art? But my question stems from something which sort of, as a design community or a corporate community, something, it becomes this whole aspect which you covered earlier in your keynote panel. Can we consider Sandesh to be an appropriate piece of art through AI? Or be it anything else, no matter what it is, will it still be considered appropriate? Or can we just rely on other people's interpretations, the word that you used? Would that be considered appropriate, and that's art? Where does it lie in between this whole thing? What's appropriate and what versus interpretations?
Yeah, I'll sort of answer this, but I'll also go back to what you were mentioning about the sort of distinction between art and design. And I've kind of spoken from the artist hat a bit more for now, but I think bringing sort of the design lens is also really important in terms of, especially when you speak of working within frameworks that can really influence like massive outcomes, right? Like, so that's big corporates and so on. And oftentimes the idea of design-led innovation, or like you have sort of this exec meeting and designers having a role to play in terms of informing decision-making, I think it really becomes important as designers in the room to not kind of work in silos and to really be aware of kind of the socio-economic repercussions of decisions that are made in these boardroom meetings and so on, right? And to kind of drive in a point like we're all seeing the usage of generative AI for image making today, right? And for an engineering-led approach, that would possibly mean like there are certain parameters that they would use to define kind of success within that domain, right? Like, does the image look very realistic? And there's all kinds of like algorithmic ways of defining how much accuracy you have in the image, right? But does that really, we've seen with the Gemini output, does that really lead to meaningful business outcomes or not? That's something that I think matters more and more, and especially with AI. And that's where I think designers can also really strongly contribute to kind of the economic values of a system, right? And to kind of think what would good images be apart from the engineering aspect. There's sort of cultural nuances, there's nuances of ethics, all of that. So I think like kind of creating that framework itself becomes a design problem. And things like that are real contributions apart from just, I mean, building the UX of it is obviously encapsulates all of this, but like thinking beyond that in terms of what language can you speak in to kind of convince leadership about the socio-economic impacts of the work that's happening. So I think that design-led approach to that, I think, is more and more important, especially with the pace at which AI proliferation is happening. Now to come back to Sandesh and whether that is art, much proven by Alok's work around using Sandesh as a medium of expression. And I think we're sometimes too caught up in these definitions of art, right? And the idea is obviously for an artist to express certain feelings and thoughts that they have, but then to, once the artwork is out in the world, to kind of leave it for consumption by the audience. If that consumption means eating up the Sandesh to admire it, then so be it, right? So I think that kind of interpretation of the artwork is not something that an artist should force. Otherwise, you lose the distinction between prose and poetry almost, right? Where you're kind of forcing a certain viewpoint. Rather, you kind of express what you have to express and let the interpretation happen from the audience.
True.
And if you want to position that, if I may, art, you have a quadra. There is the artist, there is the critic, there is the museum which institutionalizes art, and there is the audience. And that tension, which is part of what we call the business of art, is an ecosystem. It has not been designed. It has emerged, and it has trends and fashion and fashionista and whatever. Now, you can apply that to some other areas. Cooking and cuisine. You know that Master Chef had a role into some people doing some recipes. It's this tension between media, audience, amateur, chefs, and so forth. And we need to think more about what, we talk too much about UX and user-centered design. I'm more interested into stakeholder mapping and stakeholder interaction.
Yeah.
And that is where I think our profession as designers should move towards. Because UX, first, experience design for me is the most shitty word. Sorry for that, because you cannot design experience. You design conditions for experience to happen. I cannot be in your head and body to design experience. I design some stuff which allows the experience to happen. Do you agree, cognitive, voila? Okay. So, and the other shitty word which is used, it's a great word, but which is used in a shitty way, and sorry for my language, is the word empathy. We use too much the word empathy and we don't know what is empathy. And because half of you are empathy specialists, I'm happy to do a neuroscientist test, which, you know that one. Everybody, you can stand up. We'll do one neuroscience test to see if you understand what is empathy. And that will wake you up, because we are in the middle of afternoon. You have done your digestion. So Harshit, you stand here in front of me, looking. Okay. So Harshit is standing in front. All of you, you are going to do what I am going to do. The challenge is that some of you, okay, everybody can see? Okay, and Mona, you'll have to do also what I do. But Mona is standing next to me. All of you, you have different positions. And Harshit, you do the stuff that I will do. Okay? Now, are you ready? Now, this is something I didn't invent. It has been done by a neuroscientist whose name is Jean Berthoz. He's the guy, he's professor in Collège de France. Famous, if you want to know about his work, fascinating. He uses that with 1,000, 2,000 people. You might know the test. The test is very simple. I'm going to do one thing, 3, 2, 1, and I'll do it. You'll do the same stuff, and then you won't move. And then we'll begin to do some anthropological analysis. Are you okay with that? Okay, everybody is here? The mind is like a monkey. You need to bring back the monkey in the room. Are we okay with that? Okay, are we ready? Harshit and everybody, you'll do what I do. Hands are like this, except me with the mic, of course. But all of you, you have your 2 hands like this. Okay? Observation is on. You are in the room. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we don't move. We have the one had 2 hands up. Keep your 2 hands up. Okay. We have number of you. No, don't put. Keep your number of you raise the right hand. You are in empathy mode. Those who raise the left hand, you are in sympathy mode and not in empathy. Simple. The proof is in the pudding, or the proof is in the khichdi. All the rest is bullshit and theory. What happens? In your brain, you have neuron mirrors, and you are projecting yourself. Do you agree with that? Yeah. So you see what we mean by empathy. Now, can you be in empathy with a sabji wala by 40 Celsius degrees where you can't be? You can't be. So these are the questions we are busy in our design lab. Yeah.
I love this conversation, how khichdi and sandesh and cheese keeps coming back in our conversations. It's amazing. On that note, I want to wrap this up by one quick question, which I think everybody, and as a university, we would like to know. How does AI and everything related to it become the mainstream aspect of it? But a question that I have for both of you is, what is mainstream and who defines mainstream? Can we make khichdi a course? Is that what mainstream is going to be tomorrow? Or what? How does it work? So Harshit, do you want to...
Harshit is the Bollywood expert. He's going to tell us more about mainstream.
No, I stay as far from mainstream as possible, though it's very difficult in the digital era. But I think that's precisely it, right? Currently, I read this fact somewhere recently that more than 90% of the world's data is managed by 9 companies, and 7 of them are in the US, 2 in China. So And that's what mainstream has become, right? Mainstream ideas of beauty, mainstream ideas of culture, everything lives in that digital domain, and it's so intricately tracked, intricately like targeted, intricately curated, that that's what defines mainstream for all of us. And I think it's really important to kind of break away from that notion and start maybe building a little more ground up, and be more mindful of what our mainstream is, and can it be more my stream rather than mainstream. I think I'll leave it at that.
May I reflect on this notion of mainstream? For 150 years, we have been brain massaged by industrial civilization, industrial massa thinking. I don't know if you remember in the mid-90s, internet was a great landscape for experimentation. And then a guy came with a fantastic AI agent called Cookie. What did Cookie make sure? That we are back into analyzing mainstream wall. What I mean by that is all our economical system is driven by industrial mass thinking. And we need to try to go beyond that. Will we be able as a civilization to go beyond? I don't know. The best example is industrialization of food systems. Industrialization of food systems result in half of your food in your plate full of chemical stuff, and the rise of cancer and so forth. So we are doomed. But I don't want to finish on a bad note. We need, as a community, to unzoom, reflect, and try to see how to break those patterns, which are, of course, driven by capitalism and greediness and whatever. And as designers, we have a role to play into that. And that is where we need to put the word mainstream with some other geopolitical contextual questions on the table. Mainstream by itself is too narrow as a lens to begin to think about systems.
So it's quite apparent this conversation is never going to end. We definitely don't want to end it. However, we have to.
We can continue it over some sandesh later on if needed.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So cookies and sandesh and cheese and grapes and strawberries, party happening. On that note, we continue this later, but I do want to thank both of you so much for being a part of our Confest over here, the AI Confest, and making it so much more interactive and fun. Thank you so much.
And thank you to Mona.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you,
thank you.
Yeah. I would like to invite my colleague, Ruchika Saxena, Professor Ruchika Saxena, please, to give a token of appreciation for our guest. Thank you so much. Yeah, please. Thank you. Oh, okay, something just happened. On that note, I think we will continue with the after party.
He was flying away.
Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for this insightful discussion. It is indeed a pleasure to have Mr. Alok Nandi, Mr. Harshit Agrawal, and Ms. Mona Bagla share their thoughts on AI and design. Before we move to the next segment, allow us to hand over the mic to Jasmine and Sriniket to take it from on.
Thank you, Adi. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to be your host for the rest of the evening. If you would please settle down for our next panel discussion, that is.
So we will now be having a panel discussion on AI and mental health. We will be joined by guests Dr. Jeannie Gopinath, and it'll be moderated by Dr. Vinitha. We will also be joined by Aparna Joshi.
A little bit about Dr. Jeannie K. Gopinath. She's a trained clinical psychologist and clinical hypnotherapist with expertise in psychological assessment, psychotherapy techniques, corporate employee wellness, and performance coaching. He was trained in clinical psychology at Kasturba Medical College, Manipur, and has a PhD in psychology from the University of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. He has worked in different fields related to medical health, wellness, and education for the past 20 years. He has worked in universities teaching psychology to undergraduate and postgraduate students, headed the clinical operations for corporate wellness at Optum International, ran a mental health startup called Mind Matters in Bangalore, and worked as a performance coach for sport professionals, including the Kerala Ranji Trophy team and Indian Premier League teams like Mumbai Indians and King 11 Punjab. Currently, he is working as Chief Psychology Officer at yourdost.com, an online wellness platform, and an adjunct professor of psychology at the Indian Institute of Psychology and Research, Bangalore. He regularly conducts workshops and training programs for mental health professionals in India and abroad.
Can I kindly ask everyone to please settle down? So a little bit about our moderator. Dr. Vinitha Sivakumar completed her PhD in social sciences from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, with a specialization in criminology. Her doctoral thesis was on vocational rehabilitation of prisoners. Recommendations from this research have been sent to the Tihar prisons and the Kerala prisons. She had obtained 2 master's degrees, first in criminology and criminal justice administration from University of Madras, Chennai in 2008, and second in applied psychology from Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, 2011. She also holds a BSc degree in psychology from Prajyoti Niketan College, Pudukkad, affiliated to University of Calicut, Malappuram. After completing her master's in 2008, Dr. Vinitha worked with Scope E-Knowledge Center Private Limited, a knowledge processing company, and later in Barrow Incorporation, a business intelligence company till 2011. During this period, she was closely associated with academia, researching on areas of honor killing and incest. She also qualified UGC NET with JRF in criminology during the period. In 2011, she joined MPhil PhD integrated program at TISS.
She has successfully completed capacity development program for teachers in criminology organized by National Law University, Delhi. She was also a resource person for prison officer training program organized by Tata Institute of Social Sciences in collaboration with the Academy of Prisons and Correctional Administration, Vellore.
She has also presented research papers in various national and international conferences, being a regular presenter at the National Criminology Conference organized by Indian Society of Criminology. Her works have been published in the conference proceedings of the Indian Society of Criminology. She has also penned a chapter on criminology in the book titled Social Work, an Introductory Textbook, published by Regal Publishers, Delhi. Dr. Vinitha also has 2 papers waiting to be published in the Economic and Political Weekly and the Sociological Research and Methods, respectively. She's also worked with experts in the field to write reports to the government and allied agencies.
And to finish off the panel, we have Dr. Aparna Joshi, who is a researcher, interventionist, practitioner, and trainer from India with 25 years of immense experience in the discipline of mental health and psychological well-being. Since 2010, she is an assistant professor with the School of Human Ecology, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, India. Her ardent teaching, research, and outreach work chiefly builds on the reciprocal relation between therapy, research, practice, and academics and the field.
Mostly, she researches on the intervention and capacity building projects which are commissioned and supported by national and international organizations and aim at integrating psychosocial well-being issues into existing developmental endeavors. She's an active member of the advisory groups to several civil society, government, and international organizations. Apart from teaching and research journey at TISS, she has led 2 field action projects: iCall, a professionally run national-level free and multilingual telephone, email and chat-based mental health and psychosocial counseling service, and Sukoon, a mental research initiative that aims to improve the well-being of couples and families in legal and community contexts in India.
We kindly invite the panelists as we give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Sriniket and Jasmine, for that introduction. It was really lovely to have that introduction. Okay. To begin with the session, I know you all had a very long day with many sessions round up, and this is going to be the last. Trust me, this is the last. Okay. And we are not going to bore you. You are going to have some interesting discussions on something which we will be eagerly waiting for, which is the interface of psychology and mental health. We had the basis which was put up yesterday. We had the theory session yesterday which discussed AI and psychology. This is maybe the basis has been already set up and this is building on it. And we will be taking it forward in the context of AI and mental health. So when we talk about mental health, I don't know how many of you are from the field of psychology. How do you define mental health? Is it absence of an abnormality? No, actually not. When you say mental health is also that you live with realizing your potentials, where you're able to cope up with your stress and take your life forward in a much more fruitful manner. It's not about abnormality. But then, when you look at the population worldwide, we find that almost more than like 1 in 7 people are suffering from mental illness. Now I'm talking about mental illness. I'm not talking about mental health. I'm talking about mental illness. And we have a population which is 1 in 7 people who have been diagnosed with some kind of mental illness. Now this is a population of mental illness. Now, and we are talking about diagnosis. Now it is not diagnosis always, where when we talk about mental illness, the accessibility to in terms of assessment and also diagnosis is also very less. So that is in the context where we have 2 practitioners here, both practicing psychologists who have integrated technology into their practice in the past decade and have come here for the discussion. So thank you, Dr. Ginny and Dr. Aparna, for coming here and joining the session. With the most of the youth population here, we also understand that the idea of mental health among the youth population is also very intriguing. When you look at the youth population today, 1 out of 5 young adults are suffering from some kind of mental illness or are seeking help in sort of it. So how do you think, ma'am, when it is iCall? Oh, okay. Before that, I would like you to introduce iCall, then I talk about iCall, or you talk about your dost, then I talk about your dost.
Sure. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you to Alliance University for inviting us. It's a beautiful campus and it's a young, very vibrant crowd and wonderful to talk on such an important issue. I think it has gained a lot of prominence, particularly after COVID. So thank you for inviting us. A little bit about iCall. iCall started against the backdrop of what Vinita has been talking about. 1 in 7 people, I mean, if you look at the numbers, almost 20 crore Indians are suffering from mental illness. And there are many more who are suffering, who are not diagnosed, who are just experiencing some kind of stress or distress. If you look at young people, since you talked about it, most of the mental illness problems or mental distress problems start below the age of 15. And if you look at, again, young people, suicide happens to be one of the leading causes of death, which is such a preventable cause also. This is the magnitude of the problem. What do we have in response? Unfortunately, 80% of people who are diagnosed with mental health also, forget about all the others who are suffering from some or the other kind of stress, which is practically everybody in this room, I think. 80% of the people have no access to any kind of mental health services. Against this backdrop, actually, iCall started 11 years back with a simple thought of how can we reach out to people with free, professionally run, quality services which are multilingual but which are very specific to Indian context. And we thought technology was the way to go. At that time, 1 in 3 Indians had access to some telephone. So we thought maybe telephone is the way to go. And then we started adding one modality after another. Cutting the story short, today iCall is one of the leading national level technology assisted mental health service, and we call our service mental health and psychosocial counseling service, because many of the problems of mental health in India are not based in my brain. They are based in my family, they are based in my relationship, they are based in my poverty. So we thought we will create a service which will provide emotional support, which is anonymous, confidential. Young people want their anonymity and confidentiality, but it will also give a control in people's hand to ensure their well-being. People can access these services wherever they are, and that's why we started service 11 years back. Today we are one of the leading national level technology assisted service, and we are not only providing services, we are based in TISS, which is one of the leading academic institutions in this country. So we also do a lot of research, capacity building, and awareness programs to reduce stigma around mental health.
So can you please give some light, because most of them may not be knowing, so on how does your dose function?
So your dose is an online wellness company. Started almost 8 years.
Is it on?
Is it on? It's an online wellness company. Started almost 8 years ago. So, thank you, ma'am, for setting the context, the right context for the conversation today. So there's a lot of stigma, discrimination around this particular area of mental health. So we found that people are not able to come forward and take psychotherapy primarily because of this fear of labeling, discrimination and stigma. So that's the reason why an online portal was required at that point in time. This happened before pandemic, and we found that we were able to reach the mass right from the very beginning itself. But this COVID gave us the momentum to go to the next level. We are mainly into B2B market, where we work with educational institutions, right from IITs, IIMs, and those kind of educational organizations, and also corporate. We are also in the B2C space, where anybody can get into the platform, book an appointment, and we have sessions in chat-based counseling, we have audio-based counseling, we have video-based counseling, and some of the cities we have offline presence also. So here we have around 27 languages, depending on where exactly you come from and the kind of language that you're comfortable. You can choose for that particular expert the language to take up, and it's 24/7. And most of the time we have seen that most of the sessions among this young adult happens between 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. And this is around 40 to 55% of the sessions happens during that particular time frame. It's around 830 psychologists working with us right now, more than 1,300 sessions every day in all these domains.
Thank you, sir. So this is for you to grasp what they do, what iCall is, or what your dost is. So now, given that background of both of them integrate technology into therapy,
And you also laid down, both of you talked about the pandemic. The pandemic actually has increased the vulnerability of people, especially those who are from the underprivileged population. So what do you think how your services has helped in reaching out to these people, and maybe in terms of accessibility, how do you think it is before COVID and after COVID?
So before COVID, we are almost 8 years in the market right now. We were present before COVID also, but COVID made the entire scene slightly different because a lot of uncertainty, unpredictability came into picture. So the slightly vulnerable population also became more vulnerable, and they wanted to take a psychotherapeutic or a counseling session because they are vulnerable. And most of the offline spaces were shut and they were not able to travel. So these kind of services became the only option for these people. So that way, the presence of online companies like those made a huge impact, made a difference in the mental health space. So if you could see that almost the number of sessions increased around 150 to 200% during that COVID time, primarily because they were able to take the sessions from the comfort of their home, and the psychotherapists were also take sessions from their private space. So it became very convenient for everyone, both the therapist and the client, and it was readily available and it was easily accessible at that point. And it continues now. Even after the pandemic, now the momentum has picked up and it's still continuing, and it's gaining the momentum again.
Thank you, sir. We all like to hear stories. So, ma'am, within the context of COVID, can you bring us some stories on relevance in terms of the mental health of young adults, maybe which is relevant to all of them, on the nature of mental health issues which they face, and how iCall as a service have addressed it?
Yeah, I think I always say wherever I went during COVID that COVID was a big equalizer for this nation, particularly for the mental health field, because till that time, people divided communities or individuals in two sort of groups. There are those who are mentally healthy and there are those who are mentally ill. I think COVID made a realization that all of us carry distress within us. And we are somewhere on that continuum ranging from wellness to illness. So COVID became a household entity in everybody's life. And mental health, for the first time, people started talking about a language around mental health in such a big way. COVID brought very interesting dynamics as far as young people are concerned, since you talked about it. So many of these young people, and India has been boasting about our collectivistic culture, our big happy families. Surat Bhajatia has made films. Maybe it will not strike a chord because I'm very old and all of you are very, very young. But these are basically films about happy Indian families. And countless number of young people talk to us saying that, well, the initial period of coming back to our families and settling with our parents was so nice. There were videos of people cooking, singing, playing with their families. And within some time, we started getting calls that, I cannot tolerate families. I cannot tolerate my relationships anymore. People started feeling suffocated because the space was a big constraint. People couldn't go out. So how do you hold a sense of togetherness and yet separatedness within that very confined context was a very, very important issue. Second thing is, many of the people from marginalized, lots of queer people also called us, saying that they had actually left their homes in search of their identities and creation of life somewhere else, but they were forced to come back to homes where they had to again live a closeted life. There were issues of violence, child sexual abuse. Most importantly, young people realized, I think, the limitation of technology also, that they were really pining to meet their friends, to hang out with their friends, and feeling a sense of isolated. Having said that, I also want to say that young people were extremely creative in utilizing online spaces to connect to each other, but many love stories could not be expressed. They could be expressed only in a very, very limited way in online spaces. So a range of issues, young people we had to start 3 additional helplines during COVID in order to sort of accommodate all of these issues. But I have personally felt that some of these issues, as he also said, have lingered beyond COVID. Young people still carry the trauma and some of the effects of, so while COVID has provided some kind of an opportunity to destigmatize this issue, I also feel a more enhanced need for mental health services, particularly for young people who have weathered this vulnerability, and I hope they continue to access whatever is required for their well-being. Yeah.
Since the topic of discussion today is also mental health, that also leads us to therapy, because we have been talking about distress, so that means therapy is closely associated with it. So if we talk it in the context of therapy, say the AI applications like ROS has been able to provide certain kind of therapies, maybe provide comfort to those people who are suffering from anxiety-related disorders. So how do you think, what kind of therapy are possible in an AI interface? Because when we always say about counseling services or therapy sessions, we are always talking about the connect between human beings and also the empathetic understanding of the other person. So in that context, what kind of therapies do you think is possible to do it online?
So if you look at the models right now applied with the help of AI in our therapeutic settings, most of the AI-driven therapeutic models, they use behavioral therapy and cognitive behavioral models. These models were already there before. I mean, the AI models were already been there before. Say, for example, if you look at exposure therapy, some of the AI-driven exercises, they found that's extremely well, and it's helping the client in terms of coming out of it without much difficulty. The accessibility of gaining or using these kind of models were easily available. So if you look at the current models right now, say for example, these are all used as therapy assistants. Say for example, one of the most popular AI support model is called Copilot, which is used extensively in American and European market, where say I'm doing a therapy with the client, this AI is listening to that particular therapy, and they will generate a transcript of that entire therapy session, and from that transcript it will help you to formulate what happened in that particular session, bring in a summary and the intervention and the impression models, and also way forward. So it will definitely help me as a therapist in terms of saving a lot of time. And also some of the cognitive behavioral chatbots help a therapist as a prompter. Say for example, they are listening to me as a therapist in terms of engaging with my client, and they will ask me, why are you not asking this particular question, which will help you in terms of fine-tune your diagnosis, or it will help you to take it forward, take the session forward to the next level. So if you look at it that way, AI is helping the psychotherapeutic settings in such a way that it will make the therapist's work much more simpler, and at the same time we will be able to fine-tune it for that particular client in specific.
But sir, when you say that AI is going to help the clients in terms of the therapeutic process, will it also not raise challenges in terms of the job opportunities that a therapist has?
At this point in time, I don't think that AI is going to take away the job of a psychologist. It's not going to replace a psychologist, but instead these are all going to supplement or support the psychologist with new skill sets, or as an assistant, or in some cases for a beginner it can be a mentor also. Right, so AI-driven processes are used in training, supervision, mentoring, coaching, and also in classical psychotherapeutic approaches. So depending on where exactly you position yourself in the therapy room, you can take the support of the AI. Say for example, somebody who is an intern, somebody who is a beginner, they can use AI as a mentor or a supervisor, which will help you in terms of giving you prompts in terms of fine-tuning your therapy session. Or it can also, say, a senior level person use this as an assistant, where the AI will be taking notes for him, summarizing the entire session for him. So we recently did a research with IIT Delhi, which has been published yesterday, where we finalized a specific language processing model which can be used with Indian clients, where the kind of, say for example, when there are a lot of cultural issues. Say for example, when I say sadness, the way sadness is being linguistically discussed from a particular population is kind of different from that of the population in another location of India. So how do they pick up that particular word and formulate the case? So these kind of language models are also now coming into the picture, where they will be able to fine-tune that particular linguistic barrier. So that's another level of AI driven approach going to come up in the coming days.
Thank you, sir, for that. That again brings us to what you were discussing, because when it comes to integrating the cultural sensitivity, because when it comes to a machine-driven process, which again takes out the, as we said, the human touch of it, which also brings in the issues of cultural sensitivity. So how do you think that AI-driven models will be able to address the culturally sensitiveness and which needs to be there in a therapeutic process?
So I see, I was saying earlier also, I see AI as a future. I see AI is going to stay here. So I think the faster we befriend it, the better it is. Because I think then we will be in charge of AI rather than AI be in charge of us. I see a lot of definitely applicability of AI, particularly given the huge treatment gap that exists in India. We also ran actually a small chatbot with WhatsApp during COVID, whereby people had lots of questions around mental health. How do they take care of their mental health or those of the loved ones? And the chatbot did a fantastic job in taking care of some of the preliminary questions that people may have. So I see the job AI can play in terms of prevention, promotion, as well as intervention, right? Responding to distress, but also arresting distress and generally promoting well-being within the communities. Having said that, and iCall is also experimenting with similar kinds of options, because some of our calls do get unanswered, and we want to ensure that every person, be it a person who emails us, chats with us, or calls us, is definitely responded to. But I have a few concerns also about AI. I was reading one of the latest systematic review which is published in the Journal of Digital Medicines in 2023. And the review says that AI is definitely helpful in improving well-being and perhaps reducing distress in certain clinical conditions. But there were many concerns raised about AI-assisted mental health interventions also. One of them being the cultural sensitivity itself, whether AI will need a lot of practice to understand how distress idioms, as we call, are expressed in different cultures, number one. Number two, there were instances of AI actually giving a wrong advice also. So for example, one of the chatbot which was addressing issues of eating disorders in women gave all the advice to all women to reduce their weight. And that can be very, very detrimental to their mental health. Another AI chatbot, a person wrote to the AI chatbot saying that I am on the top of a mountain and I'm going to jump and die by suicide. And this AI said, it's a wonderful option, please go ahead and please take care of your mental health. So these mishaps are not always an aberration if the AI is not trained well. So programs like Your Dost and research that they are doing is absolutely a necessity to understand. iCall, for example, provides services in multiple languages. And even if you miss some expressions of distress, it can alienate your clients while they are dialoguing with you. So I think that is required. Second thing, I feel in a country like India, we are not ready only for an technology interfaced mental health practice. That is my personal opinion. Because you understand how, you are all young people. Think about some other generations where you have to perhaps book a ticket, or perhaps you have to book something else, or you have to do bank transactions. People like it when there is a voice compared to when you just get an IVR and there are multiple instructions which are giving. So the systematic review also said that AIs which have a voice component rather than just a chat component will work for countries like India. So very important to remember. And the last point I want to say that many of the users who reach out to iCall, they may reach out with mental health distress, but the reasons for their mental health distress are definitely not individually located. They are located in their family distress. Many of them are actually suffering from violence. Many of them are having problems of poverty, unemployment. You need people to connect with each other, to build supportive communities, and also to connect people with real life services. Today, young people are feeling frustrated because they are coming to universities as fantastic as yours, but where are jobs after this? So obviously, people need real life solutions also to real life distress issues, and therefore I would say that it has to be balanced. I don't think India is ready only through technology. We require ground level services and ground level solutions for real emotions and real distress stories.
Say in the case where when we see robot operated operations, which are moderated operations, which are there in the, which are very rampant now, and in such way, is it also possible for us to think of a model where largely it is being driven by AI and being maybe moderated slightly by a human touch?
I think it's a long journey for sure. I sometimes envy countries like, continents like America who are united by one language called English. I think in India, language changes every maybe 12 kilometers, 20 kilometers. So I think so does culture, so does reality. So I think maybe it'll take a lot of time. I think we are all, also another thing to remember, we are all a very oral culture. We are not a written culture. Things are changing, but we pass stories through discourse and through generations and not through written word. So I don't know whether everything can be replaced by AI or robots. I think we require, right now there is an experiment in empathy. He asked us to, raise a hand. People raise their legs, hands, everything, So I'm just saying that there is so much of scope for miscommunication. Having a human interface is very, very important to the core process of empathy, safety, trust building. And then I think AI can be improved. I think there are huge amounts of data sets which are created by organizations like your Dost and iCall also. And AI can be trained then to understand the unique cultural realities, and maybe it can continue to assist, aid rather than replace for sure.
Thank you, ma'am. That also brings us to the core concern of whether when it comes to the stress which is associated with the young people, or maybe when it comes to dealing with mental health issues, how do you think that AI protects the privacy concerns when it comes to, say, young people trying to get access to mental health providers through an assisted network? How do you think that the AI model is able to help them protect their identity and privacy?
So AI in India at this point is still in infancy. If you look at the models or the kind of practices or the kind of companies driving AI-driven models, they're all still in the very beginning phase of work. But if you look at the population right now, the young adult and adolescent population, 60% of the services that we provide right now is chat-based processes. Most of the people, they like to take a session mostly on a chat-based platform, not mainly on audio and a video. So we can always convert that into an audio and a video, but they prefer, primarily because they stay in a shared accommodation where they may not have that kind of a privacy to talk about their mental health issues, or they are in their home where they may not be able to talk about openly late in the evening and all. So in chat-based programs, right now globally, if you look at it, AI-driven methodologies are kind of well established. So they can design the language-based the language processing models exclusively for AI. It's been well researched for the last 10 years, and it's been kind of used by some of the popular AI counseling center organizations in the world. This is a very valid point, not only for AI-driven methodologies, for any online organization, right? The privacy, the ethical considerations, the confidentiality of the chat and the sessions and things like that. So if it is designed by a ethically driven organization, I would say that these things will be taken into consideration and will be protected. So I'll give a simple example. Recently when we were reviewing some of the models developed by some of the organizations, so one simple translation. So there is something when the client has to pick up some of the symptoms that they have, which will be displayed on the screen, right? So the translation given for dull pain is the English word given for that. The Kannada translation is mandabuddhi pain. Dull pain is, anybody understand this? Dull is being translated as mandabuddhi. So that's how it's been. So it's nothing to do with the AI. It's about the people who process this data in the backend and service it. So that kind of gap will be there for some more time till we prepare ourselves with more research and more knowledge about this particular newly available resource. Then we will be able to bridge the gap in the long run.
But is it only about language? When you say
language is one, because in a country like India, that's one of the primary challenge that we face. But all the other things have already been kind of resolved in some of the online and offline portals already available. So we are all in the market since quite some time. Some of the challenges that you discussed already, especially when it comes to data protection and all, is been well researched and it's been done meticulously in these kind of platforms. So when you translate these particular models into an AI driven, that gap is felt, right? Otherwise these models are already protected. The challenges are already addressed in the very beginning. So that may not be a challenge when you come up with entirely new setting like AI. I don't think that's a new challenge. That's been a challenge always.
And may I add a little bit to what he's saying? So actually, if you look at one of the most, how should I say, like the biggest project, technology-assisted project that the government of India has come post-COVID called Telemanas. You should all read about it also. Actually uses AI as a beginning sort of for this thing. It does, there was a Jammu and Kashmir government who used AI-based chatbot as part of Telemanas for the first time. And the chatbot did two things. One thing was it provided some kind of options for people to feel less distressed immediately. And the second one was to encourage them to access therapy, right? So the government of India has started thinking of guidelines for regulating AI because, I mean, in a service like India, I mean, ICOL also, I would say that data protection is a big concern. I mean, every counselor, for example, the data is protected by the same technology that you will use when you use your bank account. We have to think about 10,000 steps that are required. So the government of India actually has started drafting some AI regulation guidelines. The Indian Medical Association also has come up with guidelines for AI and bioethics, particularly in digital health, right? But still many concerns remain unaddressed. As to, also there is a catch within that the government-run services within the field of health and mental health are exempted from some of these privacy concerns also. So that's interesting that the NGOs and the private players will have to abide by some of these regulations, whereas the government might be exempted. So I think it's very, very important, because if this data about particularly mental vulnerability, there are 200 plus laws in our country which, if you are proven to be of unsound mind, can deprive you of your civil, political and economic rights. Your marriage can be null and void, you can be divorced, your child custody can go away, your contract signing authority. So one has to think through this. Just having unsoundness of mind doesn't mean that you are disenfranchised, but it's a good case to deprive you of your rights, and therefore it is very important. People are sharing their hearts and vulnerabilities and stories, and I'm sure many of your users would also say this is the first time I'm articulating this to any other person, because there are stories of shame, guilt, distress. So I think it's very, very important, maybe for concerned people like us, to come together, create some kind of an advocacy group, and have very clearly laid out kind of guidelines when it comes to stigmatizing and sensitizing data which is health and mental health related. So we have a very, very long way to go, is what I wanted to say.
I think going in line with that about the protection of the data. So the law say that we need to have preserve the data for 7 years. And after that, what do you do with the data? That's another question. So you just delete it, because that you don't need to be, doesn't need to be available for the user. And the court may not be able to ask that if it is more than 7 years. So how do you delete it? And if you delete it, now we have a lot of ways in which retrieving that data is possible. So these are all very, even now it's very hazy at this point in time, but it might take some more time for them to generate new regulations in terms of modifying it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. That was an elaborate answer for the question. I would also want you to maybe reflect on, say, when you say therapy, there are certain kind of therapies which are available and which can be done maybe with the help of a chatbot, or maybe which can be done like the initial screening. But there are certain therapies which cannot be used. Can you name a few of them, and can also say some examples on how do you take it forward? Say maybe such a case comes through you on iCall, or such a case comes to you on your dose. How do you take it forward?
So I wouldn't go into technicalities of therapy per se, because different models of therapy may not be well known here. But I would say that what does data tell us? That what problems respond well to technology and what problems may require greater human interface. So research tells us that problems of daily living, distress caused by problems of daily living, or perhaps what we call as common mental disorders, depression, anxiety, or perhaps somatic symptoms which are actually manifestations of mental distress, may respond very well to technology assisted issues. But there are some issues, for example, severe mental illness, where there is a disorientation to reality. And sometimes when we are dealing with crisis, technology is a boon, because there are people calling us right in the middle of the attempt of suicide also, and that last call saves their life. So it is very, very important to have that access. But there are certain times when we feel that our hands are tied, and I wish I was present with this person at the time of crisis also. So there are certain limitations which are posed. Even in cases of violence, so many of people call us with issues of domestic violence, child sexual abuse. And I know that the counselor can be there that much, but some other interventions, be it legal interventions, be it criminal justice based interventions, be it handholding or other interventions, there can be some kind of a limitation. So I wouldn't say that it's not possible. I would say that technology can do wonders, but offline solutions have to balance online solutions definitely.
Sir, can you give us some examples from your end?
See, almost all emotional disorders, especially when it comes to the anxiety spectrum disorders, depressive disorders and stress-related disorders, most of these disorders can be handled with the help of AI. So if you look at the other disorders, at least a first line contact can be done by AI because you won't miss that client. So most of the time what happens with distress calls, say for example, we work with a lot of these educational organizations, especially IITs and IIMs and all, where you know that the suicide rates are slightly on the high side. Where we found that when we looked into the data and we did psychological autopsy, and we found that most of them tried connecting with support systems like this, and they were not able to connect with an expert immediately, and that was the time where they decided about taking this last step. So we found that if they're able to connect with somebody or something like AI, at least so this entire dynamics of suicide prevention is basically about buying some time to talk to somebody or ease out that particular distress at that point in time. So that can be done with this AI-driven platforms. So you may not miss the client. So initially when we started with AI-driven approaches, what we did was we started with taking the AI support in the operational side, operational assistant. So whenever you get a chat, whenever you get a message or an email from a user, if the operational executive is busy, so this will be directed to the AI, the chatbot, and the chatbot will evaluate the situation and respond it immediately. So that the mail has been responded, the chat has been replied. So you don't delay that just because you don't have an operational executive available at that point in time. So that saves a lot of time for the end user. So that was, and since he gets an answer, he knows that it's predictable. So the predictability can be brought in, which increases the mental health space of that particular group. So that's, in that way, AI can be used intensely.
When it comes to mental health services, it's also not that one point of contact, but it is also the follow-up which is required. And many sessions are required for effectively ensuring that services. How do you make that the sessions are effective in an online platform?
How do you
make sure that the services are more
effective in an online space? Yeah. No, I think thank you so much for first of all busting the myth that a lot of people feel that. I really feel that every house today has a psychiatrist and a psychologist because everybody knows about mental health. Yeah, and everybody is there to offer free support and free advice. Yeah, that's not counseling, number one. A lot of people also have a myth that counseling karwa do, as if, you know, like kuch marammat ghar ki karwa do, aisa counseling karwa. It's a very pretty intensive process, and many of the distress issues cannot be handled just with one conversation. So you require continuity of care. But in order to answer your question, how do you ensure effectiveness also? I think one thing is listening to your audience is also extremely important. So recently, in last April, we started a chat-based service for youth suicide prevention called Rewire You, Restart You, Reimagine You. And we did a consultation with mental health experts who are working with youth mental health, but we also consulted young people as to what would they want to see in this kind of a service. So I think it's very, very important to listen to your audience and understand through their lens what effectiveness looks like. So they gave us a lot of tips as to what are do's but what are don'ts of running services also. A service which is trustworthy, confidential. I also want to tell you, a lot of young people, when we try to suggest that you can call us, they say we would rather type our emotions rather than talk to a person. So they want that amount of control, that amount of anonymity. So offering the cafeteria of choices to people to improve their control over mental health solutions is also extremely important. Taking real feedback from people, even if it's a critical feedback, and most importantly, looking at your data as well as other data to ensure that your services are truly responding to people, adding more modalities to your existing services. Last thing I want to say is, everybody wants to provide counseling services, but it takes a lot of time to create quality counseling services, quality mental health services. So just as you have to create good services, you have to maintain good services. So invest in the care of your care providers. Otherwise, burnout is a huge issue in this field. And I will tell you, ICOL was one of the first organizations to start providing therapy allowance for our therapists. Yeah? Because without that, you are just asking people to do emotional labor without taking care of their own emotions. So these are some of the ideas that I can definitely think of.
Thank you, ma'am. That was wonderful. I take this opportunity because we have discussed and started it from the basics of mental health to issues of accessibility to protection of privacy to how therapy can be integrated to online services or technology related platforms, how to ensure privacy concerns, how to address or make therapy much more effective. All these things have been discussed, and with paucity of time, I know this discussion never ends, but we'll have to wind up. I thank you both from the bottom of our heart and also on behalf of Alliance University for being here and engaging in a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful questions, and thank you to the audience. Nobody slept, nobody talked. People were actually listening. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. And please take care of your mental health, for sure, definitely.
Nothing. I know many of you will have questions. They'll be around. You can engage in conversations after this. Since there is a paucity of time, I'm not taking any questions here, but they will be available. Thank you, both of you. Dr. Anitu, can you felicitate?
I would kindly request everybody to please remain in their chairs.
Please remain seated. So thank you previously for the panel. It was great listening about how AI plays a role in the mental health services. Ironically, now that we're done talking about mental health, we are going to be talking about
AI and warfare. And for that, we have our next panel discussion. And the guests in this discussion will be Samuel Bendet.
Can everybody please settle down and maintain silence? Thank you.
Yeah. The guests joining us will be Samuel Bendet, Raj Shukla, and Colonel Vinayak Bhatt, and it'll be moderated by Dr. Julian Parrott. Mr. Samuel Bendet is an associate research analyst with the Center for Naval Analysis International Affairs Group. His work involves Russian defense and security technology and developments, uncrewed, robotic and autonomous military systems, artificial intelligence, and Russian military capabilities. Prior to joining CNA, he worked at the National Defense University on emerging and disruptive technologies to aid the US Department of Defense in responding to domestic and international crisis situations. His previous experience includes working for the US Congress, the private sector, and nonprofit organizations on foreign policy, international conflict resolution, and defense and security issues. As a fluent Russian speaker, he participates in war games and tabletop exercises for the Department of Defense, where he delivers classified and open briefings on Russian military capabilities and developments.
Just please give us a minute as we arrange the stage for one more panel member. We also have Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. In a career spanning over 4 decades in the Indian Army, Lieutenant General Shukla has commanded an infantry brigade in counter-insurgency operations in the Kashmir Valley, served 2 tenures at the Military Operation Directorate, and was the Director General Perspective Planning, addressing issues related to military future and force modernization. He has also been commandant of the Indian Army's prestigious training establishment and think tank, the Army War College. A professional avatar and powerful orator, he had been a research fellow at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis and a visiting fellow at the Center for Land Warfare Studies. Presently a member of the UPSC, he is a recipient of the Param Visheshat Seva Medal, Youth Seva Medal, and the Sena Medal in recognition of a service of the most exceptional order.
Joining us will also be Colonel Vinayak Bhatt. Colonel Vinayak Bhatt served in the Indian Army for over 33 years. He was a satellite imagery analyst for more than 2 decades, with numerous achievements to credit in counter-terrorist, counterintelligence, and psychological operations inside and outside the country. He has studied Chinese at School of Foreign Languages, New Delhi, and worked as interpreter in the Army. He has worked as an adjunct professor in the Conflict and Security Studies Department at the National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bengaluru, and was called by the Indian Parliamentary Committee on External Affairs to depose his evidence during the crisis.
And last but definitely least, we have our own professor, Dr. Julian Paré, who is the director of the Alliance Center of Eurasian Affairs at the Alliance University, Bangalore, a versatile scholar with cross-disciplinary outlook, specializing in Russian and Eurasian politics. He received his PhD in post-Soviet studies from the University Paris-Sorbonne in France, primarily involved in research on Russian and Eurasian affairs. His work lies at the intersection of history and politics, as well as military studies and international relations. He's especially interested in Russia's strategic shift to the Asia-Pacific, as well as in Russia's approach to modern warfare. Prior to joining the Department of Political Science at the Alliance School of Liberal Arts, he worked in several countries such as France, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Japan. His previous experience includes working in tourism industry and political consultancy. So please welcome on stage all our panelist members as we give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, Bangalore, and hopefully good morning in Washington for our friend, Mr. Samuel. There is an echo. Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you for the Alliance Center for hosting me as well.
Good morning, Samuel. Thank you for being here. Can you hear us? Are we audible? Yes, are we audible? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our much awaited panel discussion on AI and future warfare, and I'm extremely happy to be with you this afternoon and to have an immense honor to sit here with Lieutenant General Raj Shukla and Colonel Colonel Vinaya Bhatt, as well as with Mr. Samuel Bendet, a US expert in Russia's drone warfare. As perfectly explained by Sir this morning in his keynote lecture, due to its capabilities in processing vast amounts of data, making rapid decisions, and adapting to fast-evolving situations, AI has the potential to cover all the aspects of warfare, from strategic planning to tactical execution, through logistics, training, intelligence, and of course, identifying, tracking, and engaging targets. This is why I wanted today to invite specialists in military affairs, not only having different fields of expertise, but also evolving at various levels of analysis. Lieutenant Raj, at the strategic level, knows well how to define and identify targets, I would say. Colonel Vinayak, at the tactical level, knows perfectly how to spot and track targets. And Mr. Samuel, at the operational level, knows perfectly how weapon systems help to eliminate targets with the help of AI. But before starting our group discussion, I would like each of our speakers to have a very short, like 10-minute presentation in order to expose the nature of their approach to AI in warfare, and let our audience understand from which perspective they assess this problematic. And first of all, Lieutenant General, if you are ready, you can start.
Okay, thank you, Julian. Now, Julian has given me 10 minutes, so what I'll do, I just want to spend 2 minutes, to throw some thoughts on how India's national security perspective should evolve, and then about 8 minutes on what's happening in Ukraine. See, the first point I would like to make is this, that as I said in the morning, it does seem to me that this is India's moment. But we need to secure India's inevitable rise. And securing that rise means we must invest in deterrence. There are no free lunches. People say deterrence is costly. I say wars are costlier. Ask the Ukrainians. So deterrence needs to be invested in. 2, India has of course been a land of spiritual thinkers, but it has also been a land of very hard-nosed realists. We must never forget that. Just as Vasudev Kutumbakam is a wonderful thought, don't forget the words of Swami Vivekananda, who said that the world is but a gymnasium where nations come to make themselves strong. It's a hard world. You have to make yourself strong. 3, the mistake that we made in the first part of our journey after independence was that we broke expertise into silos, wasteful silos, civil, military, academia, government, private, public, all that has to come together. And there is a lovely Indian expression to say why it should come together. It talks of the Mishran of Saraswati, Lakshmi and Durga. See what a wonderful thought it is. It says that in your academia, create these instruments of excellence which generate wealth. And wealth is not a bad thing. Lakshmi is part of our culture. Use that wealth, of course, for prosperity and for a whole lot of social deliveries. Also put away some of it to nurse your instruments of power, Durga. So Saraswati, Lakshmi and Durga. So the metaphor for the future must be civil-military fusion and not civil-military silos. That's the next thing. Lastly, I would just like to paraphrase the Prime Minister, who had a wonderful word. He said, Shanti ki chah or Shakti ki rah bhin nahi hai. The roads to peace and the road to power are synonymous. So we must, in my view, stop drawing these artificial distinctions, and therefore gatherings like this are very good. Unless academia is strong, today national security is so complex and sophisticated, it cannot do with talent from academia and all these places. So as we, in the next set of our national security endeavors, it would be wise that we pay attention to some of that, what I have said. Now, coming to AI, and here now I'm making a reference to AI and a penumbra of technologies, not just AI alone. So the coming together of AI, drones, robotics, data leveraging, so on and so forth. It is revolutionizing warfare, and the best example of that is Ukraine. I'll give you some examples. It will give you it will suggest to you what we should do in our context. The first part is that most of these technologies are not dual use, they are omni-use. They get used everywhere. So AI is being leveraged not only in the military space, but also in the wider defense and the still wider strategizing. I'll just give you examples from Ukraine. So it is my view that AI and these technologies are and will transform national security. They will impact the global order and create a new set of strategic haves and have-nots. So we have no option but to develop a technologically enabled strategic military enterprise in India. And I'm saying carefully, it's far beyond the military. The military alone cannot do it. It has to be sharp minds from all walks of life. AI could be the secret sauce for the asymmetric addressal of China. I'll give you a quick example. America spends $950 billion on defense rather inefficiently. China spends just $3 billion very efficiently. And therefore today China is causing far greater displacement anxiety in Washington. We with an $85 billion budget are not causing similar displacement anxieties in Beijing. Because in the whole defense space, if you get all these other things together, there are smarter ways of doing what I call asymmetric addressal. And in this asymmetric addressal, AI and these other technologies could be the secret sauce. So we must invest them with great care. And see what's happening in Ukraine. It has been a good laboratory for AI, and as I said, a penumbra of associated technologies. What is happening? Now, Ukraine people have said it's a first world war with drones. What it means is that you see the squadron company battles, the blood and the gore, all that death and all that will go on. But all that is being impacted greatly by what is happening in the character of war. General Mark Milley, the last chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff in USA, he said that technology has affected the character of war in Ukraine, and this effect has been the most profound and the greatest in recorded history. Recorded history. I agree with Mark Milley, and now I'll tell you why. And so that is the space for technology. There's no time to go into the nitty-gritty, perhaps Vinayak will. The impact is across the grids of war and across theaters. Land, air, sea, today it's going into space, cyber, the electromagnetic spectrum. It is affecting intelligence, surveillance, targeting, fire, maneuver, logistics, decision-making. In the military, there's a lovely word called the OODA loop, which means your ability to, observe, orient, so on and so forth. And the military, which is ahead in the OODA loop, is going to win. In the OODA loop, these technologies have enabled you to be 100 steps ahead of your adversary. It'll be a big misnomer to say that that Ukraine is just a war of trenches. It is, of course, a war of trenches, greatly enabled by AI. There was one startup, Helsing. Just Google it. It was an AI startup. It decided to make the most of Ukraine. In AI, in Ukraine, this startup has become a unicorn, Helsing. So there are business opportunities in defense. If you don't want to come for the love of the military, come for the money in the military. There's huge money to be made. So, and we need bright minds. Look at the Palantir CEO, Alex Karp. He sensed an opportunity and just began, when the Ukrainian offensive began, he went by road from Poland, went and met Zelensky. And what is the deal that he has done? He said, just give us all your data, all the data that is being generated of the war in Ukraine. We will give you products for free. And obviously, all the data that he's getting, he's using it to upgrade all his combat and other systems for application worldwide. Data for free. The Ukrainians, there is a combat barter on. They are, in exchange for data, acquiring weapons and platforms for free. This is what data can do, the power of data. It has conclusively become a war of algorithms, coders, and software engineers. The Ukrainian infantry battalions today are recruiting 1 software engineer and 3 coders per battalion. Unheard of in my time. Unheard of in my time. This is how the war is changing there. And see, the biggest problem in the military is what? That they are unwilling to unlock their combat data. Vinayak would know this. We are very possessive about our data because it is secret. But the day you unlock your data, when data begins talking to data, your combat is taken to a new level. The military doesn't quite understand it. They need to be persuaded. But those militaries that do, warfare goes to another level. This is exactly what's happening. Now look at the power of data. Data, OSINT data, which is available open source. Data from NATO, data from Five Eyes. data from common citizens, and data from the war theater is being integrated in Ukraine. If one reason the Ukrainians have been able to survive the Russians, it is because of their innovation and their exploitation of data. Otherwise, Russia is a far more powerful military. This is innovation. Innovation cycles are delivering in 6 months what traditional procurement systems would deliver in 8 years. This is the whole, power of, look at the great efficacy of unmanned systems. Perhaps Samuel will talk about it. Today, Zelensky has announced that Ukraine will raise an unmanned force. It's like raising a separate Indian army. This is the power of drones. So there are surveillance drones, there are strike drones, they are eclipsing maneuver. Moment platoons come out of their hide, they are taken apart by drones. I mean, a brigade of crewed drones have displaced the powerful Black Sea fleet. A brigade of crewed drones has allowed grain trade to resume. So I call this the power of asymmetricity and the magic of precision. When drones started combat, it would take 15 rounds to hit the target. Today, with all the AI-enabled, data-enabled precisionry, you are hitting the target on the first round. What military people used to call first salvo effectiveness, it was always elusive. It is a reality today. This is the power of the magic of precisionry. Look at the power of asymmetricity. Let's shift to another theater, West Asia. So the Americans have 11 aircraft carriers, the $950 billion, 800 bases, 11 aircraft carriers. Iranians were watching for years. Whenever there was trouble in West Asia, the American carriers would go and everybody would retreat into their shells. So they invested in 4 land instruments of power. Which were those? Hamas, the Houthis, the Shia militias, and the Hezbollah, and gave them drones and missiles. They have cleverly integrated these drones and missiles into these integrated packages, and now Houthis are challenging the USS Enterprise. American power projection into West Asia is being challenged by Houthis, and this is the power of asymmetricity, of innovation, of creative thinking. And this is something, which we need in the context of the Indian military. Look at what small things can do. Have you ever wondered why suddenly we don't hear of Russian air power there? Russian air power, Su-30s and all? I mean, we were always told that, air will create havoc. You will get air superiority. The Russian military air power has been underwhelming in its presence in Ukraine. No superiority, no interdiction. Just because of a smart tightening up of the AD network, surveillance, targeting radars, smart tightening up through exchange of data and data leveraging. This is the power of data. So look at what the Chinese are doing in the extreme. The Chinese are even more ambitious. They have taken these 7 domains: land, air, sea, undersea, space, cyber, EW. And they are integrating sensors and shooters across these 7 domains as part of their rocket force. That should worry us greatly. They have raised a strategic support force. It is an euphemism for AI enablement. So they have raised an entire service to enable the PLA through AI. And of course, capture of the, electromagnetic spectrum. And what has it done? I'll just take 2, do I have time? 3 more minutes. Look at this, 1995, the Chinese act smart and Bill Clinton dispatches an aircraft carrier to the Taiwan Strait. And the Chinese immediately back off. Today, now that the Chinese have got the rocket force and the strategic support force, which is actually an instrument for precision targeting enabled by AI and smart leveraging of data. American admirals are advising the president that don't send aircraft carriers, they'll get sunk. So what is happening through these military instruments that America's ability to project power across the globe in West Asia, in the Western Pacific is being undermined. Americans are asking questions that why spend $950 billion, have 800 bases and 11 aircraft carriers when you have to make a rather inglorious exit from Afghanistan, when your deterrence fails in Ukraine, and when the Houthis question you in West Asia. So the lesson for us from all this is that we, in the evolution of our statecraft of tomorrow, Indian statecraft, must not copy flopping Western models. They're not working. We must question them, and young people like you must question them and see how we could do better in this space. We have the smartest engineers, we have the smartest IT professionals, we have the best minds. It's a pity they are wasting their time in Europe and America. They must return. They must return, and we must, of course, create the ecosystem for them to because there is all this that needs to be done. Just last two examples. Look at how private sector and startups are driving national security. When I was growing up, private sector and startups were taboo. You couldn't be seen speaking to a private sector guy because private sector was not okay with the government. Today you are being invited. I'll quote the Prime Minister to you. He says, Atmanirbharta in defense is about liberating the forces of innovation, energy and enterprise from the scourge of process and procedure. He tells the government कि जो आपने नियमों का जाल बिछा रखा है, इसको हटाइए. Be more welcoming. And why? Because we know that the future in defense without private sector and startups, Atmanirbharta in defense phase 2 has to be driven by the private sector and startups. You need talent and all, of that kind. So look at Starlinks. What has Starlinks done? Starlinks, in a critical phase of operations in Ukraine, enables Zelensky to communicate with global councils. It enables Zelensky to beef up troop morale and street resolve. It is also being used for targeting artillery. I spoke of this crude brigade, this crude drone brigade. So there's an interesting episode that in one of these operations, the Ukrainians were wanting to target, using these crude drones to target the Black Sea fleet using Starlinks. And Elon Musk got wind of it and he said, no, why do you want to do it? And the Ukrainians gave their reasons. Now to check the Russian response, he gets in touch with the Russians. And the Russians tell him, no, if you do this, it will escalate. So Elon Musk calls it off. So now is Elon Musk CEO of SpaceX, or is he National Security Advisor? That is the power of private sector and startups today in this whole thing. Just one last point. Vinayak is, of course, the expert. The Indian military was struggling with space for long. We were told, we have these big satellites, INSAT 1A, 1B, 1C, which are actually fat, juicy targets. They'll be knocked off in the first day of combat. And they will come in 25, 26, and we could never get our act together. Look at what that Space Labs has done. Space Labs today has taken 20 areas of priority in Ukraine, of tactical operational priority, and it is giving them revisit times 10 times in 24 hours, which is about 2 hours, which is virtually persistent surveillance, means I can see the battlefield. When I was there, which is just 2 years back, the best revisit time you had was 10 days. This is how phenomenal the changes in technology and all this. And these are all the lessons coming out of Ukraine. We are, of course, doing a lot of stuff. We could do a little more. And since I flipped the page, just one more point, hypersonics. Look at this. Today you have hypersonics missiles operating in Mach 7, Mach 8, varying trajectories of unimaginable precision. Now, when they are being driven by capacities in machine learning and artificial intelligence, you cannot have interception based on human judgment. So that is how the game has shifted. If the hypersonics are going to be driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning, interception has to be driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning. So if the Chinese hypersonic capability is pretty robust, our AD systems have to get upgraded. So in arena after arena, in theater after theater, there are just two arguments. One is we have to smarten up, which means we need talent. So I'm giving you 3 mantras for our national security for the future. Talent, technology, and tradition. So talent, we all understand. Technology, we've done enough. Tradition in the sense, Indian traditions of statecraft, which are innovative, creative, imaginative, both in deterrence and war fighting. Thank you.
Thank you, General, for this very interesting insight on India's strategy regarding AI and warfare. Colonel, who is a specialist of military intelligence and especially about satellite imagery, will go ahead now.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Julian. And thanks to Alliance University for inviting me. Speaking after General Shukla is really a problem because he's already covered everything. So I will try to get into a little bit of nitty-gritties. And I'll, as it is, the time is very short, so I'll try to rush through my slides. Okay, next. I'm just going to put you in some perspective of AI, and then I will talk about what China is trying to do in the intelligence field and how they're trying to, take over the entire world as such. So this is what we start with. AI, we are not very new to AI. This is first page of Bhagavad Gita. It starts with Dhritarashtra asking a question to Sanjay, what is happening on the battlefield? They're sitting somewhere else. The battlefield is somewhere else. And Sanjay starts telling what is happening there through his vision. Obviously, this is AI happening that time. So many millenniums before. Next. So this is spreading of rumors. Ashwatthama Hatohata, everybody has heard of it, right? So Ashwatthama is dead. The elephant was dead. Next. But what happened? The malinformation was given to Guru Dronacharya, knowing fully well the personal information that he loves his son, Ashwatthama. And who was the person confirming the news? Was Yudhishthir. He said, Narova Kunjarova. The moment he said Narova, conches were blown, drums were beaten, and things went on. The Dronacharya never heard that Kunjarova. So obviously, he left his weapons and he stopped fighting. This is psychological warfare, okay? Krishna, you know what happened? Arjuna came and stood at his feet, right? And the pretense by Krishna that he has seen Arjuna first gave him the first choice. Next. Okay, a propaganda was spread about Chakravyu. Nobody could, deal with it except Arjuna, who was already on TD somewhere else, temporary duty, okay? And who went in for the fight? It was Abhimanyu, his son. And he was caught by Jayadratha from behind and killed. Next day, what happened? Arjuna had vowed that I'll kill Jayadratha before the sunset. It was easy for the Kauravas, to win in the battle, and Arjuna would have been dead. So pyre was lit, Sri Krishna sent his Sudarshan Chakra. A fake news was spread, an illusion was created that it is solar eclipse. He created a solar eclipse. Imagine, that was the kind of things we had. Well, I'm not trying to glorify what has happened there and try to take advantage now. But I'm just trying to tell you that we are used to it. And we have that kind of brains. Everybody has spoken about it till now. And this is what China is trying to do. Anybody can read this in this hall? So, okay, we must know the language. We must try to learn their language so that we understand them much better. Okay, this is Sanchan. That is the 3 wars which China has unleashed on the entire world. Psychological, media, and legal war. They are wars. They are not policies. They are not strategies. They are 3 wars which they have unleashed. They are very clear in their terms. They are not confused. The rest of the world is confused. Next. Play it. This is the video. Is played. Sound, please. Okay, this is morphing, okay? Okay, forget it. So this is trying to say, You know, the captain of Indian team is trying to say, telling people to play the game and how to play the game where they can make money. This is not real, obviously. So just imagine what will happen tomorrow in case of emergencies. We are already, say we are in war with China, and Rahul Kanwal comes up on the TV, introduces the Chief of Army Staff, and the Chief of Army Staff tells everybody, okay, we are, giving up, and please come back. Imagine that kind of a message, if it goes on social media, what will happen to the morale of the troops? Yeah, next. I'm sorry for the sound. Okay, that is why social media is being used by China. It has power to disseminate high volume at a very low cost and at a very rapid speed. What does it try to do? It is trying to change your thoughts and beliefs, and it molds your opinion to their narrative. It is trying to disrupt and break the fabric of your society. They're trying to know the wedges, what are the wedges, and they're trying to increase them by these kind of messages. Next. Yeah, this is the social media cartoon. These kind of cartoons are coming up in Global Times, China Daily, PLA Daily. Almost every day they're trying to deride USA, they're trying to deride India. Okay, here, yeah. This one, this is a picture which I see on most of the youngsters' DP. Can you differentiate in this? What is wrong? Well, it is not a snake. It is a dragon. Okay, and the dragon is around the torso, not in the neck. So somebody who does not know the religion has, made it. Obviously, the Chinese. With the eyes, you can make it as Chinese who have created this. And this has to be a spammer. Next. Yeah, this is another. Next. Next. Okay. Go back one. Yeah. This is Biden falling down from his cycle. If this kind of thing is circulated everywhere, the morale of the people in the US, they start feeling their president is no good. Next. Yeah, this was the picture which was posted on social media everywhere. This is Taiwan, Taipei, 4 kilometers is written. And the Chinese tanks and APCs rumbling on the roads of Taiwan. Next. But in reality, it was actually a model. When we tried to check it, we found this model. Picture has been taken from such an angle that it gives a feeling that, yes, Chinese tanks have, run over Taipei. Next. Yeah, one behind. So this is what China has been trying to do. It is fighting intelligentized war. About 8 to 10 years ago, they used to say informatization of the warfare. So only information was being used. Now intelligence is being used. So they have gone ahead from information to intelligence, obviously, onto AI. Next. And who is doing it? Some people, probably some junkies and something like that, sitting somewhere in one of the rooms, holding 150 odd social media accounts, and they're trying to push information, which is malinformation, misinformation, disinformation, all that. Next. And this is all going to go through whenever warfare is taking place, any kind of warfare. This is going to be hand in glove. It is not separate. Next. Yeah, these are the 5 people who have been nominated by the USA. They have been banned everywhere. The USA has asked for the extradition of these 5 people from the PLA. And that is a particular unit, 61398. That is the unit which is in Shanghai and which is doing that. Next. Yeah, we'll talk about the disruptive technology which China is using. So they're using these kind of exoskeletons for people. Yeah, this was a picture of during Doklam and all, they were sending such pictures where they are using modern technology. Okay, so they are also using reproductive genetics for building better genes. And nowadays, if you see the Chinese frame, they're all around 6 feet tall. From 4.5 feet, they've suddenly gone to 6 feet. So that is the kind of technology that they're using everywhere. Next. Okay. This is one space where China is trying to do very well, and it is successful. This is the way they're trying to, surveillance of the world through Baidu. The first is by GEO, where you say you give a task to the GEO satellite, okay, search for any ship beyond 300 meters in length, okay? So once, back. So it is all automated. General Shukla talked of OODA loop. It is observe, orient, decide, and act. So whether the man is there or not is automation. The man is not there in the loop, okay? Next is MEO. The information is given. Say 100 ships have been found above 300 meters. It is given to MEO. It is monitored. Somebody is deciding, okay, 25 of these ships are likely to be, naval ships. So it is sent, that information is sent to LEO. LEO is low Earth orbit, okay? GEO is the highest at 36,000 kilometers. There it is controlled. China is also doing these experiments, having hands out from the satellites, trying to catch satellites. There was an experiment which took place in December 21, where Shirchen 21 and had rendezvoused with Peitu 2 G2. These two satellites came together. The distance was almost 10,000 kilometers from each other. And they came down to almost 500 meters of each other, and then they went back into their own orbit. That is the kind of technology China is pursuing. And through what? Their data is on quantum computers. This is the quantum computer which China has claimed that they have already. Next. Okay, they're also trying to build AI chips, A100 and A600. Next. Okay, this was African Union headquarters. Below that, China has built their own data center for the African Union. But what was happening? All the data which was coming to that particular data center was sent to China between 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Suddenly, the servers had started, becoming hot and releasing energy. So that is how it came to notice, and people took care of it. Next. Okay, and how is China trying to protect its data? It is building these kind of underground data centers. This one is of 10 cents. That is a civil company, and it is trying to build things 60 meters under the ground. It is fully bomb-proof. Next time you try to do anything to their data, you might be able to do with, cyber only you can do. Physical destruction will be very, very difficult. Yeah, next. So E2 already has been banned by the US. They have face recognition algos. Next. Yeah, the police are using these kind of specs where they can home on to one person and check his credentials. Next. Okay, they're also getting into gait recognition. Next. This was a recent example of recognizing a person through gait recognition. Yahya Senwar in Gaza. Okay, this is Kampala radar station. This is fully automated. They're trying to make it autonomous. I must tell you the difference. Automation, autonomous, and AI. You must understand the difference. Automation is generally what you have in house. You can sit here and start the AC in your house. That kind of a thing is automation. Okay. Autonomous is a thing is kept, a weapon system has been kept. It goes, it is doing everything on its own. It is taking the target and taking action also. And once the computer starts deciding, that is AI. Next. Next. Okay, these are the kind of data sets we wanted to feed to our systems. It is very, very difficult. One behind. Yeah. Okay, this is SAM data set. We were trying to find SAM systems, all over the world. Although we had the knowledge of all the SAM systems in China, but we were just trying it out. The moment we fed this, there's so many imponderables. The radar from one place to another, it goes to some other place from the actual place which is on the training data set, then the computer cannot recognize. So your prompts have to be very, very good. Next. Go ahead, go ahead. Next, next. Okay, behind. Behind. One more. One more behind. Yeah, okay. Next. Yeah. This is the AI maintenance facility. This is recently, China has claimed that they have the AI maintenance facility. But when I look at the satellite imagery, I know it is not ready. Notice the date. Okay, it's down below, 27th February. 27th February, this facility was not ready. I know it very well, but can the computer recognize such things? Computer will recognize this as a facility which is complete. Okay, next. Oh, these are the kind of wind tunnels China is building. They're going up to 30 Mach. Hypersonics, General Shukla was talking about. This is where the testing and all is done. Next. Yeah, this is another wind tunnel. Okay. So this is the synchrotron source facility. Next. This is, once it is completed, please read about it. What are the military uses of synchrotron? Next. Yeah, this is one of the facilities just 60 kilometers from Indian border at Ali. And they're trying to, next. When you see the facility, it is directed towards Sriharikota. So they are monitoring everything. And they are trying to do photon transportation from this place onto the satellite. You can imagine what they can do to your satellites. We've already lost one satellite, GSAT-6A. Please read about it. Next. Yeah, this is the experiment. We could get hold of the projects which China was doing in Chinese language. Next. Yeah. Okay, so this is one of my last slides. These are the challenges. So prompt has to be very, very accurate. It has to be exhaustive. Then only you can teach, especially the military intelligence. The heuristics, the biases are very, very important. All that you have to teach. So obviously, for their training, you need massive data. Massive data sets are required. And where are you going to get it from? Because satellite imagery especially, say you want to find out the directed energy weapon systems in China. There are only 6 of them today. With 6, you really cannot teach the system to recognize them. With just 6 data sets, you really cannot teach a system. Okay, so infrastructure we have to work on it, like General Shukla said, we really have to pull up our socks and go ahead. What do we need? We need smart infrastructure which can take on these kind of things. Julian was talking about logistics and all. If, say China, I'll just give an example. Djibouti is totally automated. You know, whatever, Djibouti is one of the naval bases, okay? It's a all-arms base, not a naval base. So there, anything that is required is all autonomous. Information is given to China. From there, everything, it is packed. Nothing is touched by hand. Everything is automated. Nothing is touched by, it goes onto the ship. The ships come to Djibouti, unload, and put it in their system, in their hardware, storage systems. Everything is automated. Everything is built in. You can imagine that is the kind of preparation they're doing. And it is for war. So we need to have that kind of smart facilities. We need cloud. What General Shukla was saying, army is, we need the army to interact. The data has to interact with other civil data. We are very shy of, giving out our data, especially our target data. We really don't want to give that kind of data to anybody else because that is very, very close to us. So for that, we need our own cloud, which is very, very secure again. It has to be secure. The software has to be in such a way that that data cannot be accessed by anybody else other than the Indian Armed Forces. And it has to be ubiquitous. The access has to be ubiquitous for the Indian Armed Forces anywhere in the entire world. That is the kind of infrastructure that we need. Okay. This is what is going to happen if we are not good enough. So next time we invent something, we have to understand and give orders in a very, very particular and peculiar way to the system. Otherwise, this is what is likely to happen. Next. So this is my favorite line. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So let's prepare for war and not wait for anybody else to tell us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel. First of all, General Raj Shukla was mentioning the challenges, the issue that we have ahead with the development of AI. Then Colonel Vinayak has introduced us to the threat to our nation, to India, presented by the development, the advancements of the People Liberation Army in China with the development of AI. And I would like now our last speaker, Mr. Samuel Bendet, to bring his own perspective to talk about Russia's use of drone in Ukraine. Samuel, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Julian. You're hearing me well, right?
Yes, yes, perfect.
Excellent. Thank you for the Alliance Center, and thank you for the invitation to speak. I'm very honored to follow the very esteemed comments by the General and by the Colonel. And I think what I will do is I will kind of narrow the aperture a little bit and discuss Russian development of and Russian application of artificial intelligence in Ukraine and in military in general. All this information is coming from public sources, so of course we have to caveat that by saying that we are building up, we're essentially building our knowledge on what has been said by the Russian government, by its media, and by its commentators. What's interesting about Russian artificial intelligence development for the military is that there were a lot of interesting concepts that Russia was putting forward before its invasion of Ukraine. That is, it was trying to follow and copy in many ways and in many shapes and forms what the United States was doing, what China was doing, what other key artificial intelligence developers were doing around the world. And a lot of developments that Russia had were actually mirror imaging what was happening around the world. Russia also saw itself in competition with the West and in competition with other global AI powers for ideas. And a lot of Russian developments were actually seen in a relatively nationalistic viewpoint in the sense that Russia was embracing a lot of Western technologies, a lot of Western concepts for its high-tech ecosystem and high-tech development in general, and for AI in particular. At the same time, it was actually very worried about the penetration of Western ideas and Western technologies throughout the society. And so prior to the war in Ukraine, prior to the invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, Russian military really was working on several key developments that had a lot to do with data analysis, that had a lot to do with understanding how unstructured data could be understood. They were working on artificial intelligence for decision-making capabilities, that is, making sense of the battlefield, making sense of all the information, and making sense of all of the available data. Russian military, Russian defense sector, and Russian enterprises affiliated with the military were working on a lot of robotic and autonomous systems developments. They were working on drones. They were working on ground systems, maritime systems. There were a lot of discussions about using artificial intelligence in information and cyber domain, because in 2018, one of the Russian military officials actually said that artificial intelligence is supposed to help Russia win in information wars and dominate in cyberspace. Russian military was looking at artificial intelligence for logistics operations, for all manner of military operations that are augmenting all of the key decisions, as well as facilitating Russian military's conduct of war. Of course, a lot of that was in a relatively conceptual stage. A lot of those developments weren't really yet in a hardware form. Russian military developers and all of the departments that were working on robotics and AI were writing software applications. They were trying to experiment. But I think one of the overarching themes in Russian artificial intelligence for the military is that it is basically state-driven. Unlike in the West, where the private sector is the driving force behind artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, and a lot of high-tech developments, which makes for a sometimes fraught relationship between the private sector and the government institutions, such as between Google and the Department of Defense, for example, in the United States. Most of the developments in Russia are state-driven. All of the funding for AI work, and most of the funding that is relegated to academic institutions, as well as even some of the private sector, comes from the state. And this makes it for a very definitive relationship when it comes to achieving results, absorbing results, and owning the results of artificial intelligence work or any other AI-related research and development. Russia does have a relatively growing private sector in high tech, but it is much, much smaller than in the West. It is obviously smaller than in any other part of the world. It is even smaller than in China, whose artificial intelligence research is also very much state-driven as well. And so the Russian private sector, although achieving significant results in AI, especially when it comes to some of the some of the results, for example, in retail, in the financial sector, in medicine, and in using AI for government applications, a lot of those results are actually state-funded and state-driven. And so no matter what kind of results are achieved in Russia, as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, almost all of these results are going to be eventually owned by the state. So it's not really surprising that when Russian military invaded Ukraine and ran into all kinds of problems, it turned to its civil society and it turned to the private sector with a request to join forces so that the Russian Ministry of Defense and its other military departments could absorb the available lessons and absorb available technologies already in use by the government and by the private sector and by the academia. In other words, there were several very high-profile calls for the civilian and the military sectors to work together on artificial intelligence. I mentioned that the Russian AI research and development is very much state-driven. And so in 2022 and in 2023, Russian military as well as the Russian government have announced the creation of 2 artificial intelligence centers. So the Russian Ministry of Defense has announced the creation of an AI center within the military that would serve as the central node for research, development, and funding of work related to AI. And the Russian government, on the civilian side, has also announced the creation of a national AI center that would help facilitate the development of artificial intelligence across Russian civilian sectors, which include academia, which include the private enterprises, and anybody else who is involved. So Russian AI research and development is very much state-driven. It will continue to be state-driven for quite a while. When Russian economy was placed under sanctions after the invasion of Ukraine, the Russian government called for import substitution for the domestic development of numerous technologies and technological principles that Russia was dependent on because it imported them wholesale from the West. In other words, Russian government and society utilized a lot of ready and available solutions that it could just simply purchase or download online. Now the Russian government is calling for domestic solutions, for funding of domestic solutions and technologies, and to create a long-term program where Russian economy and the Russian industry, including the military, will be as little as, will have as little dependence on imports as it is possible under the current circumstances. None of that, of course, is a perfect solution for where Russia finds itself right now. It is trying to wean itself off the dependence on imported AI solutions. And so that means that Russia is actually turning to China for a lot of these solutions, for a lot of technologies that it is using on a regular basis. In fact, the Chinese dominance in the Russian high-tech sector continues to grow and will probably grow in the near future. But in Ukraine proper, Russian military ran into a lot of problems, which had a lot to do with its poor planning and poor assumptions and poor intelligence about the state of the Ukrainian forces, the state of the Ukrainian military, and the state of the Ukrainian society. And it took Russia several years to correct these mistakes at a tremendous cost to its forces. Hundreds of thousands of lives were lost on the Russian side. It lost a lot of weapons, systems, technologies. But Russia has a very deep bench, so to speak, that would allow it to substitute its losses on a regular basis. And so Russia is very much in the fight. Russia has dug in. Russia was able to stop the Ukrainian counteroffensive in 2023. Russia is using a lot of technologies and successes which are also evident in Ukraine. In fact, both sides in Russia and Ukraine are calling this a technological race with no end in sight. As soon as one side actually achieves a result, a breakthrough in drone warfare or in high-tech application, it is usually copied by the other side. And so the race for offense and counteroffense is ongoing on a regular basis. But almost all of the technologies used today by Russian military in Ukraine, the high-tech technologies, are actually remote controlled. So most of the drones that Russia uses are remote controlled. Obviously, all of the other systems it uses are remote controlled. But prior to the war, Russia talked a lot about moving away from the digital technologies of today to intellectualized technologies of tomorrow that will be driven by artificial intelligence. The technical reality doesn't allow Russia to move as quickly. In fact, the technical reality in Ukraine very much makes its weapons and systems used in a manner that was used over many, many decades ago. And as evident that Russia used a lot of World War I and World War II style tactics to advance against the Ukrainians in human waves. At the same time, Russian military in August and September of 2023 announced that it is still going to develop artificial intelligence along 3 main thrusts. And the first thrust would be developing AI for decision making and data analysis. The second would be utilizing it in unmanned aerial vehicles, and the UAVs and drones are becoming an absolutely inseparable part of combat, as the general has remarked earlier. And the third would be the further development of artillery systems, electronic warfare systems, and other systems that augment Russian military operations. So today, Russian military sees artificial intelligence as a key data analysis and a decision-making tool. it isn't always evident when Russian military is actually using artificial intelligence in its technologies. There's a lot of evidence coming from the Russians themselves that some of their more advanced loitering munitions like Lancet are already using onboard artificial intelligence in the form of computer vision and machine vision applications. And there were also announcements that some limited form of artificial intelligence is or was used in other loitering munitions, in smaller type FPV drones. Russian military is announcing that it is going to apply limited AI in unmanned ground vehicles for logistics and supply runs. And it is going to utilize artificial intelligence to gather and understand all of the unstructured data coming from the Ukrainian battlefield. Overall, and I will start concluding my remarks, Russian military looks to Ukraine for some of the successes in AI in understanding the complex battle space. It looks to what Ukraine is actually doing when it comes to analyzing data from disparate sources, sources based in the air like aircraft and UAVs, ground-based sources, social media, and practically any other source. The Russian military looks at what the United States and the West are providing Ukraine when it comes to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other advanced systems that help Ukraine understand the battlefield. And the Russian military, Russian intelligence sector, and the Russian government in general are looking to supercharge their information warfare and cyber operations by using modern artificial intelligence tools like large language models, ChatGPT, and similar systems to try and augment their impact on not just the Ukrainian society, but the society writ large. Russian information operations involve deepfakes, and early on, their deepfakes were rather limited and could easily be understood as actually fake. But modern technology moves very quickly, and a lot of modern AI applications, for example, in the media are going to be utilized by the Russians to create deepfake images, deepfake videos, and other types of content that would essentially allow Western audiences and any other target audiences to question the information that they're actually seeing. So Russian military talked a lot about artificial intelligence as an advanced form of warfare. It talked a lot about integrating artificial intelligence in its combined arms operations, but the war in Ukraine shattered a lot of those beliefs because the war in Ukraine has exposed really the difficulty of fighting a long-term conventional war, and it also exposed a lot of deficiencies and problems within the Russian military in general. At the same time, Russian military never stopped working on artificial intelligence, and in determining the priorities, like using AI for decision-making, really kind of signifies where Russian military wants to invest when it comes to more advanced form of warfare. So let me stop right here and turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for this very sharp account on Russia's use of AI in warfare, especially within the framework of Russia-Ukraine war. We are very running out of time, so I will try to ask only one question. I will try to find the right question. My students know that I always prepare too much material. I have a dozen of questions, so I will spare you with my question. I will just ask you one thing. Samuel was raising the question of the integration of AI in the currently existing defense systems. And as you know, in military strategy, it goes without saying that having powerful weapons is better than not having at all, obviously. But at the condition that these weapons are efficiently and correctly integrated in a broader doctrine of defense, which is, by the way, one of the most important lessons of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Because you can have Patriot SAMs, you can have Storm Shadow cruise missiles, for example, but they are pretty good weapon system. But if these weapons are not correctly and efficiently integrated in your whole military doctrine at a larger scale, then they are just going to be like expensive toys, I would say. So this is why regarding the integration of AI in defense system at large, there is a question of the do's and the don'ts, what we can do to enhance the integration of these kind of weapons. And I would like to ask, as a last question to our speakers, what is the level of integration of AI in Indian army, in Chinese army, and in Russian army? Is it very deeply integrated in the defense system, or is it just as in the case, of Russia, when in 2018, Vladimir Putin has made his famous announcement regarding hypersonic missiles, or is it just some kind of, I would say, of a trend, or is it really deeply integrated in the defense system? Maybe, General, you can start by talking about the Indian case.
So, of course, as I was arguing in the first phase of my arguments, AI is deeply driving warfare. So let's say what are the Americans doing? So the Americans realized, I was talking, in my view, the first problem before militaries is their reluctance to unlock data. So the data has to be unlocked. Also in the larger Indian sense, but specific to the military. I mean, it's commonly said that data is the new oil. And then people go on to say, but China is the new Saudi Arabia. Why not India? We are a larger population because our data is not being unlocked. Our data is not talking to data in the larger sense. DPI is wonderful, but DPI is, giving some social delivery services. All that Vinayak was speaking about, clouds and all, that is not happening in that way. Now, specifically to the military, I'll tell you what happened in the Americans. I think it was Ash Carter, the defense secretary, who was the first technologist. He was actually a scientist who was the defense secretary. He was the Raksha Mantri. So he understood the space very well. He kept telling the generals to unlock their data, and they just wouldn't. So he passed orders that, every day before you go to your office, you will come to me and tell me how much of your data has been unlocked. Imagine, it's like my reporting, every hour, how much of my data. That was the first step. And now that that data has begun to unlock, what have they done? See, the militaries have to have the humility to understand that these kind of technologies will not come from within. So the Americans, whom have they recruited? I'll give you two recruitments to drive data and innovation, AI and innovation. They picked up a guy called Craig Martel. Now, Craig Martel is no soldier. He's not a civil servant. Craig Martel was doing machine learning for Lyft, which is a cab company. So somebody who understands AI is brought into this space, integrated into it, and as he sees day-to-day events, he will give you the solutions in terms of apps, codings, algorithms. In our case, how did DPI happen? Of course, the government did put its act together, but it was largely driven by Nandan Nilekani. So it is that kind. We have to find our Craig Martel or our Nandan Nilekani, who's brought into the MOD. And see, this is now happening in the other ministries I see. The government today has opened up 100 vacancies, appointments like JS Cyber, JS Digital Diplomacy, JS Green Energy, in the other ministries. And these appointments are not open to central government employees. So the expectation is academia, business will come. And so you have to get these diverse people. And once you get them in, our data is there, AI will begin to flow. So I will just end by saying that we need to break these silos. These questions again get raised. Will it be the private sector? Will it be him? Or anyone who delivers here, anyone who delivers. So what we must do, there's again a great quote, which is again in the Indian system, we must break it. And that says, nations which draw a sharp distinction between their soldiers and their scholars will have their fighting done by cowards and thinking done by fools. So we must just break those silos, and AI and all will start happening. There is enough talent in India. And some examples that I gave you, the American model or any other these kind of models, and they are taking it down. There is a girl, I think a lady called Juliana Moore, who's not even a technologist. She is an innovationist. So she just thinks out of the box. She has been appointed as innovation advisor in CENTCOM in West Asia. Those are the steps that we need to take if these things are going to happen in the Indian military.
Thank you very much, sir. Colonel?
So I'll just again go back to China. I told you about Djibouti. Anything from a factory to the person it is reaching, whether in Djibouti itself or it is being, the other ships which are coming to Djibouti and getting supported by that particular base. Up to that point, nothing is being touched by hand. That is the kind of automation they have achieved. So you can say they have reached the autonomous stage. in their military, in other fields also. But the decision making is very, very controlled. The CCP is not likely to give that control away. What the Chinese aim is to win a war without fighting it, without firing even a single bullet. That is their aim. They are trying to achieve this through non-kinetic means, through social media, through the information, the kind of silos that they have built in hundreds. There are about 350 odd silos which they have already built. So that is the kind of information they're trying to dish out to the rest of the world. Okay, beware of us. We are ready. And you are not. So that is the kind of deterrence that they are trying to achieve without fighting. That is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Samuel, the conclusion is for you. The conclusion is yours.
Thank you. It's not always clear what is the extent of artificial intelligence implementation across the Russian military. Certainly, there's a lot of talk about using AI in certain weapons and systems. Certainly, that some of the processes, excuse me, in the Russian military are already automated or semi-autonomous. But it's not always clear exactly where they're applied and how they're applied. But I would agree with the Colonel that Russian artificial intelligence implementation in the military is very much human-controlled. Russian military wants to retain human control for key processes that involve artificial intelligence, especially when it comes to the decision-making. Again, the war in Ukraine has exposed a lot of issues and a lot of deficiencies, and it's not always clear whether some of the more advanced concepts and tactics are actually aiding the Russian military or they're siloed somewhere else for future development while Russia fights this very unique type of conventional war using a lot of older systems and tactics. Artificial intelligence for robotics development is very much on the Russian military agenda, and there's a lot of testing and evaluation that's taking place, but we're not necessarily seeing a lot of these results, although the Russian military did claim that it would start fielding AI-enabled drones and UAVs in Ukraine this year. I guess we'll have to wait and see what that actually means. But artificial intelligence for decision-making and data collection probably remains the key aspect of the Russian military's use of this technology, but it's not, again, always clear because a lot of this information is classified and we don't have a lot of sort of public view on what Russian military is actually doing with AI in some of their more classified environments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, General. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Samuel. Oh, we have a question. Ishan? Maybe Shviniket, can you bring the mic to Ishan?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your talks. It was extremely informative. My question is, in China, it is a very authoritarian state, and it does a lot of exploitation of its citizens using these technologies that they're developing. Like for example in Xinjiang and stuff, oppression of Uyghur Muslims and etc. My question is not really a technical one because of course, you would be much more informed about it than I would. It's more of a political question. How can we prevent a similar kind of authoritarian state taking over in India, where the Indian army has a very active role in exerting control over the population? For example, if in the 60s the Indian Air Force bombed Aizawl, and recently the Indian Air Force is doing bombing of Adivasis in Bastar, and integration of these technologies could lead to further and further exploitation by the Indian working class by the state government like China, which we don't want. Recently, in fact, when the farmers' protests began in Delhi again, if I'm not wrong, the Haryana police used AI in their drones in order to fire tear gas shells on their protesters. So how can we as citizens try to, you know, reform our government and try to ensure that there are safeguards in place so that we don't follow the same path as China?
See, all the technologies that we are speaking about, all of them will get deployed along the line of actual control or line of control. None of them will get deployed in the internal security situations that you are mentioning. So that is that is the first assurance I'd like to give you. The second is that, many of these issues that you quoted are not wholly true. They have been quoted out of context. We can talk about them later. But the larger issue you please consider that one of the most restrained militaries in the world is the Indian military. We have such a high fatality ratio because we are extremely restrained. From live experience, I can tell you that officers have lost lives because they do not want to fire in counterinsurgency situations. I have commanded a division in Baramulla, I can tell you this. So we are very restrained. In internal security situations, we are extremely conscious that these technologies should never be deployed against our people. But that does not mean that we do not develop these technologies for deploying them against the Chinese in a situation of all-out aggression. I hope you have no problem with the use of these technologies along the line of actual control. That's what the argument is.
Oh, really, those incidents which you are quoting, they are not true at all. I would not agree with those things. Okay, police have used tear gas. Is hardly any, incident, and you don't need an AI for that. The decision is not being made by machines. People are making the decisions on the ground. They just used a small little UAV. That UAV cannot fire. Okay? It was just a quadcopter. It was a very, very small one which was shown in some of the videos which came on social media. That's really not true. They cannot fire. And it can just be a contraption. Okay, you put a tear gas and just drop it somewhere. That they can do. The people can just throw it there. They're right in front of each other. The police don't have to use AI, right? So don't listen to the propaganda. You need to change your newspaper. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ishan, for your question. If I may have a concluding word, I would say it's all the beauty of liberal arts, the fact that students can speak freely, they can express their opinion, they can ask their question to experts without being afraid of being judged, and they are going to learn from this experience. And it is through dialogue and that we have a constructive approach that we can all move further. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you.
On a lighter note, what Vinayak said, don't change your newspaper, just read 9 more newspapers. You must read 10.
Better.
Thank you so much for that lovely panel discussion. Also, here are the Twitter profiles of all the panel of Dr. Raj Shukla on the screen. So if you guys want to take a picture perhaps or follow him on Twitter, here it is. So thank you so much. And now I would want to invite Dr. Leju and Dr. Anirudh to hand over the mementos to our guest speakers.
All right, everyone. I would like to say that this is not the end of the event. I would like to see all of you at BIC tomorrow. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience and having a lot of patience and supporting the speakers. Also, a kind reminder, and to let loose, we will now have the Jugal Bandi at the admin block. So please head there and support them as, yeah, they've prepared for you a fun evening.
Thank you.